Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
Dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimited Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வர காரில் இன்னாட்டம்.
It was finally time for the night race on the streets of Chennai.
சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும் ஒரு ஆட்டம் பாட்டம் கூட்டம் அது நோட்டம் போடட்டும் விளையாட்டில் வெல்லும் பட்டம் மனசுக்குள் ஊரட்டும் கலங்காத தோல்வி கண்ணால்.
For the Indian Formula 4 Championship, where Porter and Divinandan had a great start.
ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும். ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வர காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும். லைஃப் என்ற ரேஸ்ல ஸ்பீடா போகும் லேப்ல உருட்டாத மாப்பிள்ள பள்ளம் நேடும் கடையில உன்னோட நெஞ்சில வெற்றி தரும் தெம்புல நிக்காத எய்மில்ல ஜெட்டா ஆவோம்ல அச்சா இருந்தா அது துச்சாவாதா வந்தா வளர்ந்தா அது உச்சாவாதா வாட ஸ்பீடா அட தங்கம் போதாதா முடியாத ரேஸ் தான். ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும். ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வரும் காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள
Red Bull gives you wings.
This entire event is proudly presented by the Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu in association with the Government of Tamil Nadu and the powerhouse team at Chennai Esports. This event is powered by Boost Protein, co-powered by AMD with Mahindra as our mobility partner and supported by our incredible associate partners, the Production Lab, WD Black powered by SanDisk and Red Bull, our official display partner Zoe and our ticketing partner Kin. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's just dial back to day one. Day one was super fun. We saw 16 of the best teams from India walk onto the stage and turn it into a full-blown war zone. We had strategies sharpened to perfection and firepower unleashed without restraint. And of course, we saw 6 teams go head-to-head and give us non-stop entertainment. Day 2 is just going to be just as fun. But before we get into day 2, let's quickly take a look at the points table. Let's see where the 16 teams stand. In 16th position, we have IQOO Team Tamilas, our home team. Can we have a round of applause for them, please? We know they've managed to already come back and give us a great competition. I'm sure they'll manage to orchestrate yet another comeback today. In 15th position, we have K9 Esports. 14th position, we have AUTOBOTZ. At 13, we have Cincinnati Kids. At 12, we have INFINIX True Rippers. At 11th position, we have ONEPLUS God's Reign. At 10th position, we have BLITZ. At 9th position, we have IQOO 8-bit. And in the 8th position, we have another home team, WELT Esports. At number 7, we have Versatile. At number 6, we have NONX Esports. And it's time to welcome and introduce our top 5 after day 1. Can we put our hands together for a team that's in position number 5, IQOO REVENANT XSPARK. Can we have a round of applause for them, please? Come on, top 5. Guys, can we have a round of applause? Wonderful. At number 4, we have FS Esports. At number 3, we have VASISTA Esports. And at number 2, we have Victorious SUMUS. And at number 1, we have IQOOSOUL. Congratulations to our top 5 and wishing all the 16 teams all the very best. If you thought day 1 was crazy, day 2 is going to be absolutely wild. Rivalries are going to intensify. We're going to have our underdogs rise and champions are going to triumph. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to throw it to our casters. Take over, folks.
Day 2 indeed will be the day of comebacks for a lot of teams, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to CEGC 2025. You're watching the day 2 of the Grand Finals. This is me, Necros, your host and caster. Alongside me, it's going to be my mate, Lucifer, joining me on the desk. So what we had witnessed in the yesterday day number 1 matches, it was like a roller coaster ride. A lot of teams made their comeback in the second half of the day, but the overall standings did kind of give us a gist in the very starting of the day number 2 that, today is going to be something that we have to keep our eyes open for.
There's one clear favourites at the stage right as now. I think we kind of ended up seeing this happening from yesterday itself in the initial few games of how that team played out, and it is none other than the fan favourites IQOOSOUL, and we were speaking about it, right? A big dry spell for them, and it seems like it might be coming to an end here at CEGC 2025. An end with a bang is something that maybe it would happen, but a team is very close by. The team who ended up finishing on a chicken dinner yesterday to make sure that they end on a high note was none other than Victoris SUMUS, and they've closed the gap of somewhere around 20 plus points to just 4 Necros now.
Yeah, they were the most satisfied team in the entire day 1. They said, they came in the last picture, they said that we have completed of what the task that we were supposed to, and we're happy about it. But the points that they're accumulating is going to be in this system. The one taking away the chicken dinner will have 10 points, as you know all. Till the 8th place, you will be rewarded 1 point for your placement, but below that, you're going to get 0 points. But for every finish that you take inside the match, you will be rewarded with 1 point each. And that's how the entire point system has been structured out. And because of that, we are seeing a lot of teams trying to balance things out with the finishes and the placement points. And the ones those have balanced things out in a good manner, they're sitting on the top 5 or the top 3, while the others, they're still strangling behind.
Now let's talk about what is at stake, right? While people are struggling to see if they can get to the top spot, the hot spots of these CEGC 2025, the total prize pool of 50 lakhs out of the 1 crore here stationed for BGMI. And then the champions, they walk away with the major share of 21 lakhs 50,000. That's a big number to go by, and the second place comes at 11 lakhs, third being 5, fourth getting 285, fifth at 225, sixth getting 2, seventh getting 1,60,000, 8th at 1,30,000, 9th 50 along with 10th, and a winner chicken dinner team with the most, right? They also get 50,000. Finals MVP, they get 50,000, and the best IGL. And yesterday we spoke about this, Necros, while we ended the day. This seems to be a tournament where the fight is between the IGLs and the MVPs.
Oh, exactly. But today is going to be where the Smash Rule format will be activated by the end of all the 6 matches of day number 2. And if you're not aware of it, let me just give you a gist about it. So the team sitting on the top after the end of day number 2, the total amount of points that team will have will be added 10 points. That won't be added to their points, but again, that will be the buffer point that you will be getting. And in the day number 3, when we start the day, that will be the Smash Rule point. Any team reaching or crossing that point marker will be eligible for the Smash Rule format, and as soon as they take a chicken dinner, maybe in the second match itself, they will be crowned as the champion.
I hope teams are getting fitted, because we spoke about this yesterday that day 1, whatever happens, day 2 teams have to get closer to the top charts. If they don't, then the team at the top will try to run away, get closer to the championship criteria, become eligible for the championship title, and if they do match that criteria, become a part of the threshold, there's no stopping them. And one team who's already gotten close to it is, yes, as we've been talking about it, IQOOSOUL. They've been playing phenomenal. But let's talk about the contenders, right? Because all these teams, they did deny a back-to-back chicken dinner for any teams right as now who picked up in the 6 respective games that had happened yesterday. 6 more to happen today, and I think today's contenders are going to be VASISTA Esports. True Rippers could have a chance. Cincinnati Kids, we're talking about them a lot. Semi-finals day 1 did not go in their favor, but Ash turned the cards completely on day 2. Maybe today could be the day.
Oh, definitely. The last couple of matches that Cincinnati Kids played they were trying their best. But talking about the other teams as well, you talk about VASISTA, the kind of comeback that they have pulled off in the second half of the day was immaculate. Being in the 16th position from there till the top 3, the journey has been really, really magnificent for them. But for WELT Esports, it hasn't been the very same. They had started things off on a good note, but the performance dipped down with the consecutive amount of matches that they played in yesterday. Hopefully, they can bounce back today. Similar story still lies with Team TAMILAS, because they were the table toppers in LCQ, but things are not going at all in their way in the grand final so far.
I don't know what's going to change today, but something has to change even for WELT. They started off strong, but it has not been a continuous, consistent performance coming in from their favor. Let's talk about the lineups and the crucial players in them. I think Flock has been a phenomenal MVP category player. On the other end, when we look at Autobots, it has to be Lobster, but hasn't been best of his days. When you come into K9, yes, everybody looks up to Slug, but it has been JD Gaming who's been doing the gist of things, and on the side of FS, it has been Sile OP, the newest addition in the team. And so far, it's working, but they have to rise up the ranks.
Slowly and gradually, the players are evolving themselves with the lobby, NONX Esports, VASISTA's. Scary Jod has literally scared the hell out of the players in yesterday's matches, in the couple of matches where he was blowing things apart for the other teams. Followed by that, even Hydro is among the deadliest players in the list. He is in ranking the second position in the top fraggers list for now. INFINIX True Rippers are also lying low in the bottom 8. They will be looking forward for a good comeback. But talking about the comeback performances, we have seen some of them from the side of ONEPLUS, God's Reign, as well as Versatile, where they are slowly and gradually making their mark in the overall ranking.
Let's see if Versatile will be able to do it to get to the top. But Revenant XSPARK, Punk leading this charge. Somewhere they had an opportunity for a chicken dinner to end the day. But I think Victor SUMUS, they were trying really hard from the very start of things. And even Soul, while they did grab one out of a game where nobody thought it could be a chicken dinner, they did it. But 8-bit, Juicy has been trying to push the squad single-handedly. Yes, with the help of skips. But I think there's a different, complete... somewhere the flavor that I can see from 8-bit that has changed. Same goes for Victor SUMUS. Always not completely happy, but he's now inclining towards that direction. Team Tamilas Dragon has been the crucial part. We spoke about it. Rico was there to take the charge, but once Rico starts, then Dragon gets missed out. And the last but not the least, Welt. And there we have a very familiar face. Me and Arka know him really well. That's going to be Proton. With Proton and Gokul over there, it seems like they are lifting the charge which is necessary. But as we said, they have to be a lot more consistent as we start things off on map schedule day 2, and it again starts on none other than Rondo.
Again, an interesting map, a map of comebacks indeed for a lot of teams, and starting things off on Rondo is always a good thing for your own warm-up sessions, because Rondo is really aggressive in my opinion. You can go all in, you can take those risky chances in the early phase of the game, go for early finishes, grab some early points for your team, because you never know that you might not have the second chances in the upcoming times, because all the other maps you don't get the recall option. In ERANGEL or the Miramar, it goes on a loop from the match 2 to match number 6, and there you have to be really stubborn with your decision. You have to be really consistent with your performance. Otherwise, there is no coming back once you go down. So, Rondo is going to be a really important match for all the teams those are seeking a comeback. Specifically, when you talk about teams like Chennai Esports, they did not have a really great outing yesterday, sitting in the second last position in the table. Chennai Esports, they will be looking forward to pull a miraculous comeback today and maybe closing up to the top 5 spot.
Fun and games is what is on stage, but now it gets serious. As you can see, everybody gearing up for it. A little, I would say, warming session coming in from K9. We did see a glimpse on the camera, which tells us, right, it's also about getting your mental stress out and playing something casual and then getting back into your professional setup. And right now, while they are getting in, we can see VASISTA, who are close to it, who would want it. And again, we spoke about the stakes that they're in, right? Scary Jod having a little bit of a fun giggle being shared with his teammate. Not sure what exactly it is. Maybe they share or shed some light. Maybe our casters at the venue or the host itself gives us maybe glimpses of it when they get a chance. Maybe secure another chicken dinner today. But the man at the helm to try and prove once again, after finding along with Ninja Jod forming a squad, will be Somraj. And this Versatile seems to be trying to do that from yesterday.
Somraj has been really that one guy who can literally pull off a comeback from anywhere around. That at one moment you will feel like, okay, Versatile, they're not performing well, things might just go down south, but then Somraj comes in with one of the greatest comeback performances. But eventually, right now, this match, today's first game of Rondo, will set a lot of momentum for a lot of teams, specifically IQOOSOUL. The kind of difference that they made in yesterday's first 4 to 5 games was really, really important for them. But then came Victorious Summers. One bad match for IQOOSOUL, and the entire 20-pointer difference was minimized to just mere 4 points. And right now, IQOOSOUL, they will be looking forward to again barge in all those points that they have missed out on the last game and maybe make the difference a tad bit more higher to create the pressure on the other 15 teams.
The pressure as of now, as we already spoke about the smash rule, is going to be a little more higher for every team. Maybe a little more less for IQOOSOUL as we saw on the screens, but NONX, this is a team that is in the shadows for now, as we've been talking about it. They've been the dark horses, and you don't know when to expect that they'll be jumping in, looking forward to grabbing their opportunity of securing their championship, because NONX looks to be close to a contender. But right now I'm not going to be putting all my chips in thinking that they could do a lot more, because we've been seeing, right, we need a lot more bombastic performances coming in from there, and they've not yet grabbed a chicken dinner. But 8-bit, they're close, they're at the 9th spot. But what do they do different today? Juicy, what is he prepping for against WELT, who have already gotten a chicken dinner, and they started super strong on Rondo itself? Let's see if that is going to change, and if maybe WELT get a back-to-back or somebody else takes this away.
Yeah, a lot of questions in my mind as well, because you see all the 16 teams playing in that arena. Everybody has done their homework. Even if some of the teams might have faced the drop clashes in an earlier note, maybe in Rondo, maybe in Miramar that we've witnessed earlier on. Today is the day where you don't make any mistakes, because you know what's on stake. At least if you're not on the table-topping position, the minimum thing that you can do is just try to be in the top 5 or close to top 5, or maybe reduce the difference that will be there from the top spot. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're all set and all geared up to kick things off in the day number 2 of CEGC 2025 as we dive into the virtual map of Rondo to kick things off.
First game of the day, and the flight path a little wayward from what we saw yesterday, and this is to make things even more interesting, and I would love nothing else. We start just above Heme Town and end up just below Fongtun. Now let's see if this is going to be a thing where we end up seeing the circle forming towards Jadena city, which happened yesterday, but today it could be different. And we are still again starting with Owais. This was the man in that final fight in a 1v3 situation, bringing it down to a 1v2, almost a 1v1, and Owais will try to command the whole team the next time, just like how we ended it today, to a bigger spot if possible. As we go towards clashes, I'm just checking. It seems like for some reason there's been 2 of the players, and this is because it's Rondo. They're going closer. It's Ash and Justin, and it seems like Justin has understood that, hey, one player is gliding along with me and we should not let that happen. Juicy on the other end, he's already taken a different approach, gone all the way north as he's taken a drop at Kinsey. Let's see if they have had a clash, because we did see a red overall circle, which gave us a hint that maybe 8-bit got elimination, or maybe another team. But on the other end, Cincinnati Kids and K9 also in a clash. Along with that, Versatile, they've already had the issue, and this is the position in the fight that we were talking about. It seems like it is Versatile facing the hit coming in from 8-bit, and 8-bit are looking good. Aimbot, nice close on that door, but Smoker gets confirmed, and now Raiden is charging in. This is the opportunity, and if it successfully gets converted, Juicy's decision might not make sense, but nonetheless, it'll be a happy situation for 8-bit that they were able to pick up 3 finishes at the start of the game.
God is trying his level best to kind of get things on his side, but the damage that he's been inflicting, it's really massive. You talk about Raiden being knocked and confirmed instantaneously by aimbot. Escapes couldn't do much about it, but yeah, 4 finishes racked up for IQOO, but they will be pretty happy with the start that they have got for themselves. On the other end of the spectrum, VXT, the kind of concussions that they have faced in the very first map of Rondo is something that they haven't expected, and the entire team has been wiped off. There is no chance of a recall even right now. Not a kind of start that Versatile expected from their end. But usually in the map of Rondo, we have seen teams playing in a 3-1 split, keeping one player afar from the entire team, while the other three, they tend to go for the finishers. I'm not quite sure about this kind of strategy that VXT kind of adapted or took the call for, of playing for all 4 men in the same area, which has resulted in their early demise.
Unfortunate. A big mistake. This did happen even on Miramar, while a fight did break out, but that was not Rondo, where you had an opportunity to recall. But here you have, and it's still getting messed up. And now Beard Baba trying to see if he has an opportunity, as Revenant XSPARK seems like they entered into a compound where they were not wanted. They were the unwelcome guests. And now it's True Rip is also trying to take advantage of this with Team Tamilas. Hydro, the MVP player, out in the open, running rampant, trying to see. And somehow he dodges the matrix of bullets for now. But that has given away his position. And with that, True Rippers, who wanted to grab the finish, will be completely denied because of Team Tamilas holding the compounds in which Revenant XSPARK wanted to enter. But look at this, even Equinox, he grabs one in the same compounds around what we've been talking about. God's Reigns, one player, did manage to somewhere get close to these positions, and he's still staying strong. I don't know for how long he'll be able to stay his position or state his finishes, but we'll wait and watch if he's going to be able to do a lot. He still has 2 grenades, not much of an helmet to talk about at all, but at least a window to peek and get information is the right idea about it as well.
Just wondering about the guns that he has. It's a small one, 31 out of 87. Equinox, he's a remarkable player. And a beautiful addition, in my opinion, to the side of ONEPLUS God's Reign. And lately, as Destro is not IGLing the team, last day I was having some conversations, and then I got to know that the entire team is playing like on every other call. Like all the 4 players are having their own opinions about what to do next, which is quite good, but hasn't resulted in that way for ONEPLUS God's Reign. But in the meantime, IQOOSOUL's legit. He wants to make sure that he gets a couple of finishes, but Legend has been taken down by Silopi. He wanted to get another knock, but FS were just too better. And the kind of revenge that FS would love to take in today's day against IQOOSOUL for snatching away a chicken dinner from their hands, maybe it can start from here.
It could. If that was not snatched, it could have been a double chicken dinner day for FS. Team Tamilas on the other end looking forward to a big start. Beard Baba, after grabbing one, did get eliminated, and again, that was not because of True Rippers, but it was Equinox, who was also staying in the same compounds, who was unwelcome, just like Revenant XSPARK and True Rippers. But it seems like True Rippers, they've decided they want to charge because they see spots and windows, some weak spots. It all fails and crumbles. Both Kyo and Hydro fall flat to their knees, and nothing that his teammates could have done to save this. But that's going to be 3 big finishes for Team Tamilas in the position that they're in, and nobody is going to further challenge. But if they can still do it, and if that works out, that's going to be a change in performance. Maybe Team Tamilas grab a lot at day 2 to start things off. Calm and composed for now, even after losing Beard Baba. They will still have a chance to revive their player. Mr. IGL, he is the one who will look forward to reviving, but Harsh, one of the last 2 standing, and he is close to Revenant XSPARK.
Harsh is just trying to go up close and personal. He wants to make sure he makes the next shot, but those jump shots are giving so much damage to Harsh. You don't often get to do that, man, and yeah, he wanted to be a little cheeky, but Fierce is just too good.
Yeah,
for
man.
Harsh, he hasn't healed himself that much, and that's going to be a very close 1v1 where Fierce does have an upper hand, and yeah, he makes sure that Harsh is down, and maybe he's going to pan him out. No, it's not.
Look at Team Tamilas. They're charging. This is their opportunity. They understand that they're having a 1v1. We have better options. We are 2 men strong, and I think this is our time to charge in. But they gave up a lot more time. They should have inclined towards this when the fight started, Necros. Maybe the result would have been then in their favor. But now, with Fear still surviving, there's a lot more that can happen.
I'm just wondering of how he can spoil the game for IQOO Team Tamilas at this moment. But yeah, the shots being fired, still trying to clear up the corners. But IQOO Team Tamilas, they will be, I mean, happy for what they have done so far. 3 finishes registered. Two players still intact in that position while Dragon is cooking up a nade. If it makes the proper connection, Fierce can be a dead man, but he survives at the right moment. The timing is really crucial. And it has been working like wonders for Fierce, but once again, 2-on-1. Fierce, he's a very experienced assaulter, but not against two. It doesn't always work like that. And IQOO team Tamilas will be cherishing another finish as Fierce is completely finished off.
This is what we wanted, Necros. Dragon and Rico to play like a duo. And you can see how they charged in. They knew, right? If they go up for a 1v1, Fierce would have had an opportunity. Anything could have happened. But they charged in together, making sure the crosshair doesn't sit perfectly. It could have been luck in case it did connect. But they knew it's not completely luck-based. So they still have a chance against those odds. But for now, the circle makes an even further eastern shift, forcing all the teams to make their way back into the circle. When it first happened, right, when we saw the first circle forming, Necros, there was only 3 teams inside the circle, which was CK, K9, and it was 8-bit. But right now, everybody is clustering, moving in that direction. And because of which, a lot more fights to be brewed up.
There will be so many rotational clashes on the northwestern side of the map, where you do see OnePlus Godrein taking a rotation. Even IQOO team Tamilas, they will be coming into the fray if OnePlus Godrein, they take a very slow rotation. But in the meanwhile, Victorious Summers, a prime contender for the championship, they have started things off on a good note, taking down the players of IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK. I mean, Fierce needed a recall. He might just be getting it at any moment because he was taken down. But in the meantime, even Goten will be requiring one if he has left. But then the finishes are being cherished by Victorious Summers, which is really good, right? When you look at a team like Victorious Summers, they want to start things off on a good note, and the kind of sprays is Venom giving, it is really venomous to the likes of IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK.
Fury, he's trying to go for another chase. But the dips are helping REVENANT, XSPARK to dodge and make a quick getaway. But they're getting closer to K9. We could see their player cards as well. But before they get closer to another set of opponents, they do make it safely towards a compound. Fury still trying his best. Information relayed. And you can see Venom as well as Mafia trying to go closer. But maybe Oasis will give a recall in terms of letting them know, hey, let's not take this fight. Let's leave it in that spot. But also Oasis has an opportunity. He's sitting on the recall station itself, so maybe he lets his teammates go forward. Could be the idea. Might charge and go for a fight. Seems like no. I read it right at the first time. It seems like he's called them all back. Let's not proceed any further unnecessarily. Start of a lot of things.
I mean, at the kind of start we saw in the map of Rondo is always aggressive, and now seeming completely like it's a silent map so far. Not much fights happening. Yep, 1 or 2 openings and knockouts being taken by the teams around the central part or the southern part, but still not full-fledged fights. But in the meantime, VASISTA Esports, they are facing some concussions against IQOO 8, but it seems like Hector has been taken down and out. Not a great news for the likes of VASISTA Esports while they are trying to climb up the ladder. But right as now, IQOOSOUL, they're also 4-man strong with Joker having all the 4 finishes. I suspect that a lot of finishes were taken away from FS Esports because Joker was taking big against them. After Legend was taken down and out, Joker came in for a revenge matchup. But then again, FS also, they have patched themselves out with all the recall options they have. But the next circle shift, it goes more and more towards the eastern side, favoring the likes of Victorious Summers.
For now, it seems like this game should favor them. But we've seen, right, whenever it did happen previously as well, when IQOOSOUL as well as Versatile had an opportunity, it ended up in other direction during the final fight. Maybe because of a couple of mistakes of their own or the opponents coming in and approach from the other direction. Same happened to even FS. The chicken dinner should have been theirs with the number advantage. They had a little bit of a iffy play that they did and ended up losing players, and then it was brought back for IQOOSOUL. So a lot of things could still happen, but Victorious Summers, the control that they have towards that eastern edge, the northeast, should give them the advantage, while the other teams are still making their move. And we are at the stage 3, 1 more stage to go, and after that all the recall points will be nullified. No use for it from there onwards. So teams, in case they're thinking about any fights It's time to take charge of it right now. Otherwise, I feel like all that happened in Rondo was just for some finishes. Maybe, I don't think we saw something surpassing 20. It was like 10 or 15 at max that we have seen here on Rondo so far. So it should not be a very high performance game or a high finish game. Let's wait and watch.
Hey, you can't just count out the teams like what IQOOSOUL did. I still remember the 15 finishes game that they were taking away. Just imagine in Rondo, IQOOSOUL comes in with probably 18, 19 finishes game, or maybe Victorious Summers does something similar like that. I won't be surprised.
They should do it right now. Should not delay it. Okay, VASISTA Esports. They're back. It's all sorted. No, nothing to be worried about.
Have you played
Chance,
striking
I do
cars?
not want to be a part of your dashing cars that we have in the amusement parks.
Yeah.
Now, I don't want to be a part of it. I'll have my own run at things, but it seems like good decision by Cheyenne because IQOOSOUL, they've gotten closer right at the edge of the circle, and somebody who's on their foot could fire off first.
Just look at the positionings, NONX. The most surprising part is that so many teams, they haven't had a single finish yet. In the meantime, IQOOSOUL, they've kind of opened things up. Not a great time for Hector in the map of Rondo. He was knocked a few moments ago. He got recalled, and now again IQOOSOUL barges in, knocks him down, confirms him instantaneously, and now with VASISTA Esports, they have to reposition themselves while Scary Jord is way too much in the open ground. Cheyenne on the left-hand side of Knuckle. Quite aware of his positioning. Cheyenne is way too much exposed. His position is completely compromised, and the inflicting damage is just too much. But Cheyenne's nade was precise. Gets Knuckle down, but before that, the entire cavalry arrives, and IQOOSOUL, they will save their teammate, but Legend has been knocked in confirmed, while Goblin and Knuckle needs a really quick revival.
Simp, he has gotten closer. He could have a drive-by situation here. Gets confirmations. The last man standing on both the ends, but it's going to be Joker as the savior as all times. This man delivers when needed, and he'll be able to save his teammate. Maybe not the whole team, but for now, one person, and eventually maybe recall his teammates. We are at stage 4, but VASISTA Esports suffer a full team wipe. We were just talking about them while we were, having a couple of laughs of the situation that they were in. It ended up becoming a complete sorrowed up situation that they'll be moving into in the next game, because that was a very early elimination and also a fight which seemed like they were not ready for, with having no information at all.
Completely agreed. And for a team who is sitting in the podium and competing for the championship title, this match was something that where they could have built up their momentum for the entire day. But in front of our eyes, we have a lot of commotion happening. FS Esports and IQOO 8-bit. This is again one of the important, I would say, battles in the entire map of Rondo. For FS, it is really important of grabbing a lot more finishes if they can capitalize on it. But the nades are already way too precise. Juicy is just waiting for the right moment to strike in. He's cooking up a nade, and one good nade can literally take down at least 2 of the players of FS Esports. But the timing, my friend, is not that great. But Silope, he did not spot Juicy, and that will cost him out. One player knocked out eventually, and IQOO 8-bit is still standing tall in this competition as Roman is still in the backyard. He will be spotted in the open grounds, and eventually Juicy doesn't miss things like that. Levi is the only player surviving, unable to figure out what to do next, but eventually before going down, he will try to put the last effort, but it's going to be IQOO 8-bit to reign supreme, having 9 finishes in their bag.
Look at your surroundings. Never dismiss anything. And what an opportunity for 8-bit to turn things in their favor. And now it's Victorious Summers on the finish feed on Team Tamilas. And Juicy, a triple finish. Does he go big? But going big as we speak about it, it seems like K9 are trying to do it. But the exchange happens. BLITZ, they pick off one as well. True Rippers and REVENANT XSPARK, another face-off. Previously, Fierce did win it out, and this time Hirsch would want to avenge what happened. But I really like this. This looks like, you know, that fight with the neighbors that you have right in front of your houses, like in case you park your car in front of their house. It looks like that right now. Holding off for now. You make a mistake, then I'll make sure that I come out and tell you what the mistake was.
Oh, it seems like... Sam, have you had an experience like that?
Yeah, man.
I mean, everybody has one of those noisy neighbors around the corner, and yeah, you do kind of get an idea about what things
I
can
hope
happen.
they're not watching the stream.
Hopefully. But right now, can't say the very same for K9. I mean, they have been caught off guard in the mid-rotation slug. He's trying to crawl up towards the safer grounds. Blitz, Server, and Nova has been taken down, so I'm coming as a backup, but IQOO 8-bit probably says that you're not going to be on the safer ground, Slug. There's no way I'm going to let you have that taste. Skips, make sure that he confirms that finish. Another one being added to the side of IQOO 8-bit, while Omega, he's barely surviving under that blanket of smoke, while Soham has to be the savior for Blitz.
Fury, Victor Summers have a casualty to deal with, and we spoke about this fight with Team Tamilas. Did grab a finish out of it, but can they find a lot more Dragon? Big damage on him. And it will come in as a knock as well, but it's from the other end. He gets spotted from True Rippers and 8-bit. And it's going to be True Rippers who will be grabbing Dragon's finish. And 8-bit, they have an issue that's happening with Welt, and Welt are grabbing it all in their favor. Victor Summers, they have to finish this off very quickly. There's another team right next to them is going to be God's Reign. The team who did not at all have a good day would want to convert things today, and now that the numbers are in their favor, they will try to do it. And there is the opening, a big opening nade from Neo, and Mafia's down. Venom and Oasis, the last two. The IGL has to step up. He has a different approach, but Venom gets hit pretty bad. And now he has to back off, buy some time, and Oasis has to be the one who tries to buy that time. And look at the move that God's Reign do. They understand now they've already put Victor Summers in a weak spot, and from there onwards, they've taken the circle edge, and they will refrain from letting Victor Summers get closer.
Oh, that's for sure. They will look forward to gatekeep any team coming in from that direction, which is really a great move. Have to give credits to ONEPLUS. God's Reign, a wise choice. They do have the time. I mean, even if they wanted to involve themselves in a fight, they could have done so. They don't have a lot more finishes to work out with, but for ONEPLUS God's Reign, they require a lot of finishes and a lot of placement points throughout the entire day too, if they want to be among the top 5 or top 8 by the end of the day. But also having the concussions being reflected towards the side of Victorious Summers. This is a big split that ONEPLUS God's Reign they're adapting to, but also the rotation will be there right in front of their eyes, and they are not able to kind of stop it. While Ovaise, they decided to just go up front and maybe grab a good spot, but he will be caught off guard. While the other two players are trying to go for a free move, but Mafia's vehicle malfunctions and he has been completely doomed out in the open.
Look at the way God's Reign are punching bullets through enemies. They've found a total of 4. Delta almost got whiplashed by the opponents further ahead in the compounds. That was nice spotting and instantly backing off. Otherwise, it could have been a knock and God's Reign would have been held back. But thankful, in the position that God's Reign are in, nobody's close by. Another opportunity just in spots Omega from K9, and K9 have a very big split approach, and if they actually get the knock on Omega, that could be a confirmation and K9 would not be able to save Omega's life.
This is going to be something that they need to be very, very careful about, because K9 are there also around the corners of the entire circle. They're not around the central area where they have a lot of breathing space for themselves. If the circle shifts away from their side, they have to come up with a rotation, and if they have to rotate, they have to walk past through Cincinnati case. There will be NONX, maybe even Blitz around the corner, so you have to be really precise with the rotation and the plannings that you are doing. But eventually, one of the teams that will have their eyes set on the top spot will be IQOO, REVENANT, and XSPARK. They had a really good comeback in the day number 1. In the second half of the day, they will make sure that they get something round in the very first half of the day number 2, because so far it has been really going good for them. They're among the top 10 teams. They have decent amount of finishes. Now what they have to do is just bring this game home for their side if they want to go maybe toe-to-toe with Victorious Summers or VASISTA in the top 3.
As you said, a good spot to be for all the teams, because the top ones are out. IQOOSOUL did get a lot of finishes. Victor Summers as well, 5 in their name. But they're not the ones who are going to be getting any placement points. So the other teams now have an opportunity to take this game in their favor, close that gap, because it's only 1 and 2 have good positioning on the scoreboard. And it seems like Welt want one of theirs as they strike on Blitz, and K9 have an opportunity here as well.
Wow.
Soham, the last one standing. A nice read at that boulder and quickly finishing off the player puts an end to Blitz's run here on Rondo.
That's a good ending, I would say. But Blitz, yeah, would not be satisfied with the amount of points that they racked up in this map. But eventually, IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, the patience barricade has been completely breached. And INFINIX, True Rippers, they're trying to put some pressure. But ONEPLUS, God's Reign from afar will be cherishing all the finishes from their end. And IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, they seem to be a little bit doomed in this position. Because if you ask me, they can't even go for a forward push against INFINIX, True Rippers, even after crossing the area. Having lost two of their crucial players, Gordon was eliminated on a very early basis. Now Punk going taken down, reducing the numbers for themselves in the map of Rondo. It is going and turning up really difficult for the likes of IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK to kind of survive, while Fierce and Trace God, they're in two different compounds. And for Trace God, he's in a really bad spot.
Hydro very close, and Trace will not have an opportunity. The bullet coming in, the shotgun shell will do the deed. And it's all up to Fierce, the last one surviving, spots Jelly. But unfortunate, these greenery around will stumble upon and will not be able to tag much. But on the other end, Harsh does get pretty hard, but I'm not too sure from which team. Oh, it's above them. That's God's Reign who are trying to do it. And now True Rippers know they have another difficulty to fend off, and that's the reason they're somehow trying to make sure they dodge bullets from Fierce and have a position better where they could actually directly fight with Fierce itself. But True Rippers, they also have to wonder that the zone, 40 seconds on the clock. But look at it, they find one more player. The last survivor, just like Fierce, was Mr. IGL from Team Tamilas. And the confirmation comes through, but Fierce is in the compound. Just spotted Hydro, but was not ready. He had prone himself down and therefore he couldn't take the shots. Crouches again, does the damage, but again Hydro instantly backs off, and now they exactly know the position, but still Hydro ends up making a mistake, but ends up that bait workout, and True Rippers will be able to grab that finish and clear the compound completely.
IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, not a kind of exit that they were expecting, but definitely have to give the credits to ONEPLUS, God's Reign. They've annoyed the hell out of the players in that particular area, and even for INFINIX, True Rippers, it will be really difficult for them to enter the circle because it's going to be a really open grounds for them. But Chennai Esports on the other end of the spectrum, they can be benefiting a lot from their positionings. But talking about WELT Esports, Lucifer, the kind of split that they have, it's really, really massive. Just look at the kind of split they have. One player on the other direction, the other two set in a different part. And now they're playing a 2-1 split, trying to get all the finishes, and the only team to be inside the circle. So now a lot of things are going good for them, but for them to hold on to that position for a really long time and get the finishes, it's going to be a difficult task, because even NONX, they're trying to open their own floodgates and want to pour all the water on the other players.
It's kind of working out in favor of Welt, as NONX are moving in. They're the only squad having all their 4 players surviving, and if they're able to convert this, they could be the ones trying to get their chicken dinner. They've been silent throughout the start of Rondo. This is what I've been talking about. They play in the shadows. They only move up into the light only when it matters. But God's Reign, they're charging. They've gotten closer. They've understood these open lands of Rondo, the final few circles that we have of. They want to take out the top contender, the numbers in their favor, and they completely try to do that. But instant exchange happens, the numbers still favoring, and there goes 2 of the players. It's all up to Justin through the smoke. It's Knight firing, and the Knight is gonna be the man who will try to do the deed, but he also gets taken down. The zone shrinking, not much space to go by. Gets a full kit, will be patching himself up, ready for it, but the finishes, they don't come through. So still God's Reign have another opportunity, and Anonymous, I'm not too sure if he has the idea, but the timing, he goes behind the boulder. Knight's information will not be enough, and Anonymous for now will try to survive, but the shots better, but he was behind the boulder doing the damage, taking the hit from the play zone, and eventually Ninja Boy will clear that angle off, and it's down to the top 3 teams. And as we said, all of this worked in favor of Welt, and now Welt have the opportunity. As K9 are losing in numbers, it's only Omega who should try and do something, but he's all alone. His teammate bleeding out in the play zone, and the confirmation comes for Maxio. So 11 total finishes for Welt. Looks like they're about to go for another chicken dinner to start the day.
They have done it before, and they want to do it once again. WELT Esports, They have been off the radars for a long time while we were focusing on the other teams. They have been silently getting the numbers. But INFINIX 2 Rippers on the other end of the spectrum, they will be waiting patiently for the right moment to strike in. WELT Esports, the numbers have dropped down. They're down to 2 players. They were 3, now they're down to 2. Proton and Maxioso have been doing a heavy lifting throughout the entire game so far, having 9 finishes in total by only these 2 players also have accumulated them, but now he's in the open grounds. Jelly, he's got the better hold of the game, and now Proton is down. Welt being smacked from 2 different sides, giving it breathing time for the likes of K9 to maybe have a little bit of hold inside the circle, but Proton's finish will be confirmed as Jelly advances, confirming their 10th finish in the game of Rondo, making sure that they're inching closer to the winner chicken dinner, because the only team having the highest number of players in the game right now, it's going to be INFINIX 2 Rippers.
An opportunity here for True Rippers to make a quick jump at the start of day 2, and this is the best opportunity. The way they've played, the way they played around the compounds, new in terms of position and information, and they have the idea about Maxioso as well. But the nade, it's falling a tad bit short, but you can see their intentions clear. One information they already have and they want to act upon it. Hydro and Hirsch playing together. Jelly cooking up a nade. He's pinned and ready. He'll throw it down. Does it reach? Is very close. But it's a molly that he throws out. The nade is now being cooked by Hydro. Maxioso, all happening right in front of him, and he could do nothing for it. And then it follows through another one, and that does the damage. There's nothing much that Maxioso can do from here. Will bleed out. He has no chance even for a patch up with the first aid. But Omega, he can do a lot. He sees and sets the sights, but he cannot aim down to them because he has no more cover after revealing his information. But what can Omega do? The last man standing, just like we spoke about the IGLs, it's up to this IGL to do something bigger than anybody thought of and bring this home if he can. Throws a nade, the last 3 mollies. He doesn't want to go down to the bullets, he wants to go down to the play zone, gives that chicken dinner away, but that was not a given away, it's a taken away, snatched winner chicken dinner from True Rippers. The way they held position, the way they fought, fended teams off and cleared positions, start off in a phenomenal manner, and they're going to be happy. Jelly is going to be happy. Let's see what they say on stage.
Congratulations to INFINIX 2 Rippers. Can we have a big round of applause for them? They won match number 1 in day 2, and I'm going to quickly request Jelly to step down and chat with us. Congratulations. पहला match आपने जीत लिया, कितना खुश हो आप?
It is not very happening कि हमने ऐसा चिकन निकाला है, but yeah, we are getting back on track and obviously we will do better.
आपने एक बार बोला था कि इन गेम लीडर बनने के लिए you don't have to be the loudest, but आपको यकीन करना चाहिए, you have to believe in your team. तो आप believe करते हो अपनी टीम पे?
मतलब I am not the IGL, but yeah, he believes in us and obviously we are stepping up as an individual. So obviously the matches will go our ways.
Who's been the craziest, loudest, and the most enthusiastic on the comms today?
Yeah, Jelly, obviously.
Alright, okay. Congratulations on winning the first round. Wishing you all the very best for the next few. Thank you. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break and we will join you shortly. Thank you so much.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
You glow different when you're in love. 16 million shades of love to choose from. Unlimited Love, B6, Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
வேடிக்கை பார்ப்பவர்களும் விமர்சனம் செய்பவர்களும் அங்கேயே நின்று விடுகிறார்கள். களம் கண்டு உழைப்போரே முன்னேறி செல்கிறார்கள். திறனோடு அறம் கொண்டு களம் கண்டால் தரமான வெற்றி வரும். இது நம்ம ஆட்டம். களம் நமதே.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Sun is hitting my face, I'm unfazed, I need this. Calling out my name, say meet me cities away. Now I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. We're getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. fast just like a tidal wave. I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. We're getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. Feels like gravity can't touch me when I'm here. Look at me levitate, look at me levitate. Carry all this weight, but still I'm light as air. Now I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. No, I gotta go under, hold my breath and let it go. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. We're getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. Sway with me, sway with me. All I want is you.
After a spectacular game 1 of day 2, we now might end up seeing the overall standings getting closer. We'll talk about it, but welcome back to CEGC 2025. My name is Lucifer. With me on desk is going to be Arka, and we were looking at what happened and unfolded on Rondo, which now gives me a hint, Arka, that day 2 could get closer for all these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I feel the day of comeback is starting to get a bit more realistic, with the teams who were at the top of the table were not present in the final circles, and that made things much more interesting. Think about WELT, think about K9, all these teams, they were, trying to make a proper comeback, and in which we saw Proton, the youngster from Karnataka, is able to, somehow step up. Given that opportunity to him, he's able to show us that, yes, he's one of the players to watch out for. Has got 6 finishes, MVP rank of 15 so far, but I believe that he's going to slowly climb up the ladder.
I think he is one of the crucial pieces for Welt, right? If he is fragging, then Maxioso is also going to be fragging, his teammates Gokul and everybody. In case he gets eliminated, then the problem strikes, because here also it was a 2v3 situation. If Proton was not taken down, maybe they still had a chicken dinner in the brew. But let's talk about INFINIX True Rippers, because they're the ones who were able to grab it. They fended out a lot of teams. They had an opportunity to be eliminated by God's Reign, but they still were able to step out of it and get this chicken dinner in their favor. God's Reign, when you talk about them, they're sitting at a total of 12 points. IQOO 8-bit had an opportunity, but the way they initiated that fight that happened around the edges did not work in their favor, and they had 10 finishes in total, which still gives them the double digits.
Yeah, K9 as well, a decent run for them with trying to survive in the top 2 and also get a decent 3 finishes. They'll have another average of 9 points. NONX, even they've got 9 points, but IQOOSOUL, it seems like team consistency is again back to its tracks. Whereas I'm kind of worried for Team TAMILAS, because I was hoping to see them also make a proper comeback in the first game, because they are at the very bottom of the table, and a lot of fans are going to be disappointed if they don't make a comeback today.
It started almost, which looked like they could have been a comeback. They got the finishes, but I think once the circle started shifting completely eastern, and when they started making their return towards the circle, it was only the last one surviving inside the circle, and I think it was Mr. IGL. So everybody else just felt off. But let's talk about the overall standings. As we see at the number 1 spot, it is still IQOOSOUL at 77 victories. SUMUS of their 5 finishes that they were able to grab, they've jumped up to 70. The difference is still there, Arka. The teams who were closer towards the top was at #3 VASISTA. They should have been the ones grabbing a lot of points. They missed out on much, and WELT, the ones who grabbed, were only able to jump up till 54, and the difference is still close to that 20 points.
I still feel that, if IQOOSOUL is going to have 1 or 2 bad games, then the rest of the teams can eventually catch up. But for now, the bottom of the table, that is where the concerns arise. Team TAMILAS, Cincinnati Kids, AUTOBOTZ and K9, these are the teams who are in dire need of getting a chicken dinner, and hopefully we'll be able to see them attain one. As you can see, the only probable I believe subject, or the only probable department in which they are unable to put up points is the possession points, or trying to survive until the final moments. Cincinnati Kids especially have got just 2 points in a possession.
Yeah.
That shows that they're not able to, probably convert their games and make sure they survive until the end.
Now, when you talk about survival until the end, I think God's Reign could have been one of the teams on what we saw of RONDO unfold, because they made the right move, went towards NONX. The fight was almost about to get concluded, but Knight, he sprayed the initial 2 players instantly down, and that caused trouble. But let's see what changes right now, as the table toppers will still look forward to staying at the top. They're almost reaching the ranks of 100. Will they be able to set a benchmark for the Smashul? As we start things off on game 2, it is going to be ERANGEL, and we are with the chicken dinner leader who got it on RONDO. Can we see them converting, as the flight path starts at the very north at Severny and is ending at their favorite hotspot, Novorepnoi?
Now, I'm not worried about flight paths anymore, because the circle starts to give a different kind of a masala altogether. And hoping to see a unique kind of a circle. Yes, I've been wanting to see a water circle lately, especially in the map of ERANGEL, or probably a military-based circle, so that, teams will have to fight it out towards that bridge region before they make it into the military-based region. So, and in case that happens as well, I think True Rippers, they're going to be walking away with a hefty chicken dinner, and which is going to help them again climb up the ladder a bit more.
Let's see if they can do it. Close by was WELT in the previous game. If they had the opportunity, they would have wanted to ring their own bell of a chicken dinner. Maybe even K9. All of these teams, high contenders, NONX, as we said, in the shadows till the very end of it. But I think a team who actually showed up big in the previous game has to be ONEPLUS Gods. And let's see if they actually change something here as we head over to ERANGEL. Could be an opportunity. We might end up seeing a military-based circle as the flight is at its last leg. And after all the teams dropping, we see the circle going all the way north, Arka. Not something that Jelly will be happy about after dropping at Novo.
Not only Jelly, even Neo is going to be so disappointed that, they did not go for their secondary drop location. Nevertheless, I know that they're going to have a lot of time in their hand to, completely loot and make sure they head on towards the Zarki region. But here comes an opportunity for CK as well as Team Tamilas. They can build up momentum. They can head on to do the bridge blocks so that they can restrict these two teams from making it into the mainland, and probably go for a late rotation and also gatekeep them if they've read their rotations right.
That's going to be a main point for every team in this game, Arka. Reading their opponent's rotations, because when you see such a circle, you have an opportunity, could become an advantage, and maybe conclude it a chicken dinner, but depends on how you play out. Cincinnati kids seems like they are at a tough spot. The position that they dropped, generally that we kind of know about, they went for vehicle loots, and unfortunately they've not gotten. Thankfully, whereon his teammate comes to rescue. I thought maybe Versatile will bring in their reinforcements and put Veron down. But that's not going to happen. And even Versatile, I really like that they did not incline to getting that finish. Rather just saw if they could have a drive-by. They did not, and then just moved out to Pochinki where their spot is.
Obviously, they're not in a state to lose more players. They're not in a state to risk, right? VXT, they're holding the 11th or the 12th position in the overall standing, if I remember. And it's important for them to gain that momentum, make sure they capitalize on it, and probably come back to take such kind of risks after they get a chicken dinner or two. And same goes for several other teams as well. FS Esports, after getting a chicken dinner, we see them, even they have dwindled down in the overall standing. And BLITZ is one of those teams I'm kind of concerned about, because after getting a decent start in the first few initial games, it seems like they're also going off course and still not able to catch up to what they do best.
It's their gameplay which is missing. This is what I said yesterday as well. They're not playing their usual style. They're trying to adapt to something new that they might have not been ready for, or they are trying to see this news on meta out. But for now, Team Tamilas, they've already been hit by NONX, and it seems like their players are dwindling one after another. It's down to Mr. IGL and Beard Baba. They did find the knocks but did not secure even one. This is just happening below farm. And Team Tamilas, the team and the home ground contenders, looking forward to their trophy. Seems like it's going to go in vain even on day 2. They've not had a start, but Beard Baba, he finds another opening on a knock, but this could be a revive. He's so close. He heard the drop, but that's Knight, and Knight has been the soldier for NONX, who has been undeniable in any fights, and he's trying for another. Mr. IGL, the last savior. But I don't think there's an opportunity. He has to strike now if he thinks that he has a chance. But he is worried, because if he goes down, it is going to be a wipeout, and it is. And that's Knight now and then and again converting.
Now, the difference between these two teams obviously is NONX not going in for confirmations and making sure that they save their players. Whereas Team Tamilas on the other side, since most of the players were out in the open, they lost all the players one after another. And IGL, all he had to do was force himself to get in there. But yes, he had another option. Pick up Beard Baba, put him in the vehicle, make sure they evade from this fight. Both these experienced players could stand. But what? What a grenade being tossed in over there, and one good grenade has done the deed. As RNT, they're going to be really happy in getting those 2 eliminations. I think the third party has paid off for them.
Smart move coming in from IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK. They were the closest, and they decided, hey, we've heard a lot of noise happening. We did see on the finish feed a lot of knocks, none of them being confirmed, and we have enough time, that breather, right, when we talk about the buffer, that they could jump in actually and find the last final player who's trying to revive his teammates. And they threw the first nade. The first nade found the player who just got revived back to knock, and then another ceiling blow coming through, which put them 6 feet under. And NONX Knight, he was, yes, blessed by the glorious sword as he was standing tall for his team, but it was not enough. He did not have enough forces, and with REVENANT, XSPARK starting off strong, getting 2 finishes in this game, we'll be looking forward to a lot more as we go further. And this could be a driving factor, Arka, for them to build confidence, and this is how we've seen Punk build games towards trophies. As of now, not close, but still a possibility.
Absolutely. And the lack of throwables, right? The way it costed both NONX as well as Team Tamilas. Probably Mr. IGL, if he had asked his teammates whether they have a grenade or a Molotov, rather than rushing in, he could have just used those throwables, not only trying to eliminate but also get some confirmations as well. Nevertheless, both these teams have learned the lesson the hard way, but NONX are still going to have a bit of a smile on their face for the 4 points they've raked up. Whereas on the other side, 8-bit, they go in for an early rotation. It's good for us to see all those teams who require that chicken dinner are now prioritizing the circle, and very close to them is this team trying to pepper them down.
True Rippers in their rotation might get closer to Revenant XSPARK. 8-bit, them trying to get center of the circle, are being peppered, as you mentioned, by Versatile. But they're not the only ones. There's BLITZ in the South Georgia, and towards the north there's AUTOBOTZ and VASISTA. AUTOBOTZ and VASISTA have been a rivalry from the very start of CEGC 2025 that we've been seeing, and it seems like it could continue. But before that could happen, another fight could break out. We just mentioned about Versatile firing on 8-bit, and Juicy did have a high scoring game in terms of finishes in the last one, but he has to do a lot more. They're not safe and sound towards the top. They're sitting at a total of 48 points. And as we said, a difference of around 29 points is what we see. That is a game and a half for every team still looking forward to the top two.
You know, I think that Jelly is trying to prepare his team for a bigger outcome altogether, because when it came to the semi-finals, they did not play that well. When it came to last chance qualifiers, it was the last day where they actually showed their true powers, and then they qualified. And here as well, the first day, it seems like he was not bothered. Yes, obviously, we all know that Jelly's been ill. He's unable to even open his eyes, is what the last information we got about him. But since he's feeling a little better today, probably after the third game, we'll be able to see him kind of pick up that pace, bring his team to handle pressure, and make sure they prepare themselves to represent India on a bigger stage.
He's already started off with the chicken dinner, so I think it's already started, Arka. He's like, hey, no later in the day, let's go out all for now. But going all out is something that we were looking forward to from BLITZ. We did see on the finish feed, they did drop a player on 8-bit, and now they've surrounded them. The confirmation as well comes, and it's going to be on Sarang. They've lost one. The circle is moving to the extreme north, covering the edges of Severny. And look at who made their center as a home ground. It's going to be IQOOSOUL. What a position for them to find at shelter.
Towards that shooting range region as well, there's a small ridge which any team holds can get a chicken dinner, and as of now, I was able to see that VASISTA was trying to make their way over there. So let's see whether they'll be able to hold it properly. But BLITZ, you were speaking about them. It seems like they're going to go berserk against God's Rain this time around. They put Aqua down, and Chandan immediately realizes the presence of mind was exceptional. Gets into the water, gets to know from which side the shots are coming in from, and immediately heads back to, take cover behind that vehicle. And after which, he'll rely on his teammates to give the right kind of cover, because Delta, once he's locked onto somebody, there's no way he's going to let them breathe.
BLITZ, it feels like even though they found the finish, they're the ones stuck between God's Rain. God's Rain taking their own time and pacing to figure out how they would want to convert this. Delta, seems like there's been a call to just back off, give that space away. Justin is the one providing cover fire, has done the damage. And that's the reason instantly Soham switches his crosshairs in the other direction, but a full-on compound that will not even find any sights on Justin, and Justin will give enough space for Delta to get to another spot, and all their intentions are to enter the circle. So Justin is buying time now, Arka.
Absolutely. The two senior players have to make sure that they bring in, such kind of a play that it doesn't pressurize the young IGL Neo. Because Neo is going to be under immense pressure, because he's trying to fill in the shoes of a trophy magnet IGL, right? So he'll look forward to, somehow try to get the circle every single time. Make sure he leads the fight as well, like how he's doing right now, Neo. He puts down Chandan, gives an opening for God's Rain. But will they be able to capitalize it? He needs to watch out, because Nova, some shots have been peppered, but he's not going to be reaping any benefits out of it. Delta gets in closer. He sees Sarwar right in front of him, but the shot's being taken from two different directions. Sarwar needs to be careful, but still he was able to jiggle around and put a player down. What will Neo do now? Because he's got an opportunity to, one, come in and strike over here, or to get away from this position.
And his choosing the first one to strike, but that direction that had happens in doesn't work in his favor and instantly redirects his vehicle. If he did actually cross over that hill, he had the opportunity, but now he's lost it. BLITZ will be able to save the player who was knocked and will also be able to see if they could secure a whole team wipe. But for now, all Neo can do is cut his losses and just make way into another spot, a safer one, and the complete western edge of the circle for him is now safe and sound for now. He could maybe look forward to a compound or better loot or whatever that could give him any chances, because as of now in this game, God's reign of what they did on Rondo, nothing has replicated. They're sitting at a total of 0 in points, Arka.
Joker again relying on AUG, and it seems like the AUG is turning out to be a very deadly weapon in this player's hand in comparison to the others. We have seen him, every time he peppers down a player, I've always read that it's because of the AUG. So the new favorite gun for him could be a new favorite for the others as well. But the circle, it seems like this time the Lady Luck wants to kiss the foreheads of IQOOSOUL so hard that they might walk away with that chicken dinner. But what's more important for them right now is to get themselves some hard cover.
Talking about hard cover, that's something that Cincinnati kids will be in search of, Arka. They're playing at the edges of the play zone. As soon as it touches, they're making their move. They've already lost Veron, and we spoke about this very early on. They did not have great in terms of early looting or vehicle snatching. And now they're in the hard spot. And make it even worse, as Neo, the last survivor, drives his way right into the jaws of death. That is IQOOSOUL. We've been just talking about their position inside the circle. And what can Neo do? The last one surviving. He's at the corner and completely cornered down as Goblin finds that finish. But there's another team who's already trying to hit at them, and that's going to be 8-Bit.
And I wonder what kind of an angle they've got at this point of time, because they're trying to hide away from the window. I see Victor SUMUS in the line of sight, but no shots being taken from them. But yes, Joker, there it is. He gives the right kind of cover fire, and eventually, that becomes a bit of a breather for Goblin, as he'll be able to revive himself now. But at one point of time, I really thought that, they might give a bit of a chance for Neo to survive. Nevertheless, VASISTA on the other corners have started things off as they put down proof from AUTOBOTZ, and they've got a confirmation as well.
All of this happening towards the northwest of the circle. As the zone is going to start shifting once more, the circle makes its way, and it is again keeping IQOOSOUL in its center with even IQOO 8-Bit. This could be a blessing that they need.
Whoa.
But as we speak about the blessing, a rush happens from WELT, and they do not give Legit even a chance to breathe. Instantly clear him out. And what a move that was on the split. Legit was just holding off, seeing in case the circle switches. That was kind of a smart move, Arka, but did not work in their favor as the circle moved.
I mean, Legit, he mollies himself. I think it was the panic which took over, but WELT, they've capitalized it well. And I'm hoping to see WELT perform much more better, because apart from Team TAMILAS, if there's any other team who's got that home ground advantage, then that has to be WELT and AUTOBOTZ. So since AUTOBOTZ are also not having such a great run, now WELT have become the flag bearers, and the hope that, a team from Chennai can have a chance to become the champions. But yes, the circle this time is going to be favoring the Brave, and WELT have also got in closer towards the Seoul region. And we are hoping to see some changes happen over here as well, because it's been long that we have not seen fights take place towards that shooting range region.
And I feel like IQOOSOUL might be stuck in this position till the very end of these fights, because from here on, them moving away is going to be a difficult bet. One end FS, on the other end 8-Bit, WELT entering, Victor SUMUS, and there could be even Versatile becoming a blocker. AUTOBOTZ and VASISTA Esports, a fight that happened a little earlier, and now AUTOBOTZ has to fend off, and it's going to be Lobster at the front line to take these initial damages. He's already low, but he converting it was his intention. Tried his best, but he'll be taken down with Arib as well. And it's all up to Ralphie. The health is super low. If his nade connects, could be an opportunity. but he is surrounded in the other directions as well. So this is going to be a tough one for him. And with the nade going out, Scary George will have the information of where the last player is. And Ralphie will get cleared. And VASISTA Esports, almost at the brink of elimination or knocks by the shots coming in, will survive, grab those 3 in their favor.
Now, since I saw that not much damage happened in that close range from DBS, does the new meta also make sure that the DBS shots are kind of nerfed in a way that if you've got an intact helmet and vest and are completely boosted, you've still got an opportunity to strike back? Now, these are the questions I would love to ask these players to understand it much better. Nevertheless, let's head back into the game where we can see that Cincinnati kids, they come in from one corner of the map when nobody chooses to do so. And they've also got a bit of a rich cover to work things around with for now.
IQOOSOUL and Victor Summers still surviving, and out of which Soul already have 1 finish in their name. Whereas VASISTA, they've already gotten 4. So this could be their game if they continue and try for it. But while they're trying, it's REVENANT XSPARK trying to do something better, want to stay in the top 8, and they're fighting with FS, who are also fighting for their life in the top 8, dropping players right, left and center. Now Fierce has to do a lot more. Trace has not been having his time so far here in CEGC 2025. It's been Fierce who's been finding value. 5 eliminations, but the FS Esports lineup has not been completely taken down. It's only up to Fierce and Punk now.
Trace God, I want this player to start things off, because in case he doesn't and the team starts to see an incline, the clutch master not being there could be, weighing very heavy over their shoulder. Nevertheless, we're able to see that now REVENANT XSPARK, even though they've been tagged at from the northern side of the map, from the high grounds, they still choose to take this fight at 2 different fronts. We can see Punk concentrating on FS, whereas Fierce is interested to take down the side of Soul.
Shots hit. Lavish in trouble. One end, he's worried about 8-bit. On the other end, Punk, who's not stopping. He's adamant to take down Lavish. The nade does the damage, but it's not going to be a knock. And he tries to make a run for it. Another smoke dropped. Punk slowly trailing through these smokes, trying to see if there's an opening. But on the other end, we can read the finish feed. Victor Summers looks like they're going to be in trouble, along with VASISTA Esports trying to take down WELT, because in that top 4 spot, WELT are sharing in the 3rd and VASISTA at the 4th. So if VASISTA Esports convert on them, could be an opportunity. But because of all this happening, it seems like Victor Summers have lost their footing. But what was this nade? A big one from Chandan. And that takes down 2 of the players from 8-bit, and it's all up to Skips now to turn this tide.
Absolutely. At the same time, look at what Chandan does. He lands it perfectly right next to Skips. But from the other side, Fierce says, you know what, you do the hard work, but I reap the benefits. Another grenade is going to be tossed in, but this time Chandan might see some results out of it. And yes, perfectly landed grenade. And still we're able to see that REVENANT XSPARK have stolen 1 finish away from BLITZ, which is just going to trigger them so much. And yes, with that being said, now REVENANT XSPARK and BLITZ, these 2 big bulls could lock horns.
Seems like finally BLITZ have made their mark to get back in the game. 5 total finishes, Chandan and Server, the ones we used to see on the MVP board. They still have a lot to do with them being the last survivors. Hearing the shots, Kanan right about them. They're going to be fighting with Versatile, and Somraj will find the opening. Ninja Boy also going down. Slug somehow trying to turn it, but it seems like it could not, with Cincinnati kids trying to chime in. But as we see on the screen, Venom, the last one survivor, brings it down to a 1v1, and the nade, perfect! Landed 3-pointer, and Venom will push his team further in finishes.
Oh my god, CK and VXT, they do the deed. They eliminate VXT out of the game, and K9 as well is just gonna follow up closely. Cincinnati kids, they wait and they pounce upon the weaklings, and they're doing it so perfectly that they're eliminating teams after teams. As of now, they've got 5 eliminations and they're still waiting for another opportunity. As still alive is a major advantage for this team. Previously, we have also seen that Cincinnati kids, they always lose Ash in their rotations. This time, since it's a different tale to write altogether, we're able to see all those teams out there who not only need to be consistent, but also needs to make sure that they get a chicken dinner to be at the top of the table.
Their angle is something that Ash loves, and Cincinnati kids now inside the circle. There are 3 players, 5 finishes. Could be a lot more, but we have a confirmation on Venom. The last man going out for Victor is SUMUS. They did have 5 finishes, so these are points which will help them get a lot more position on the overall standing, along with the position point that they'll be able to grab, because the last time they missed it out. We are down to the last 5 teams. True Rippers, they did close out on the chicken dinner on Rondo, but right now their number is not that great, and even Hydro and Kyo, they've found 1 finish in between them. That's all.
No, I spoke about Vasista's position, right? From their teams being able to get chicken dinners, and it seems like it's favoring them. From that very position, they're just going all out, picking up frags left, right, and center. Scary Jordan, Cheyenne, they've been doing good so far, and it's good to see that Cheyenne from one corner is able to somehow lead those fights. He's been the first person to get those knocks. Scary Jord has been grazing the farm from the backlines as Hector is trying to support them for the longest time possible. But IQOOSOUL, you need to give credits to this team. In every single game, they get those 8 to 9 points in one way or the other. It's either finishes or it's the position points. And now they have one challenge right in front of them, the Deadly Fierce. And will they be able to hold him back?
He's the last one, and what a battle between Joker and Fierce it would be. Joker has always been the main man, but here in this game it's been Goblin with 5 finishes in their name, but the position's compromised. Fierce smokes, his vision being blocked, nades being tossed, trouble not stopping for him. And then finally Goblin strikes, and it's going to be the 6th Goblin. I think the intentions are clear here from IQOOSOUL, Arka. They want the championship trophy, along with that the MVP title as well, and Goblin has been firing on all cylinders from the very start of the Grand-Finals.
Oh yes, they wanted Goblin to come and form, and he had promised it in his socials that you will be seeing me do wonders, and he's proving himself. And this time, if IQOOSOUL will be able to lift this trophy, what an ending it's going to be for them. After such big roster shuffle changes, I believe that they've got that perfect 4 or 5 players for the upcoming year. And let me remind you, Sam, after this, there's not going to be any changes in the lineup. They need to seal the deal when it comes to the players, and they need to stick to them for the next 6 months. For now, Scary Jot somehow being the responsible one for the VASISTA Esports, and I'm liking this from coming in from a youngster like him.
A lot at stake for every player, whether young or experienced. This is the fight for the title, and Knuckle goes down in that, and that Cincinnati kid spotting. This information, IQOOSOUL did not have much about it. They saw VASISTA Esports, they knew somebody was close by, but Cincinnati kids came out of the syllabus. And look at Hector, he picks that finish off, and now it's down to Goblin and Joker. Joker's been trying to do something from this org for a long time. He's been shooting shots, chipping people off, but he's not found a knock or a finish. But can he have an opportunity now as VASISTA Esports are moving towards the circle? The circle takes a little bit of a shift, but their intentions rather on the shift was actually for a fight. They jump right towards True Rippers and instantly wipe them out. And now we are down to the last 3.
This is where VASISTA, they need to hold on to these grounds very, very strongly. Cincinnati kids, they've got the bird's eye view and also the control of the circle. All they have to do is wait for VASISTA and Soul to, chime it out. Take an opportunity after that to put them down. But what's more important is that they're going to be the center of attraction, because both these teams, not having the high grounds, will look up to the skies over the horizon to see whether Cincinnati kids will be able to make a small mistake. VASISTA Esports as well, their rotations has been starting to pay off for them, because a bit more towards the north, I believe that they'll also be getting a bit of a high ground to play things with.
Okay, it could come down to the throwables. It could come down to the initial knock. Soul with just 2 players, VASISTA with 3, and Cincinnati kids with 3. A 3v3v2 fight for the last and final circles. We are stage 7. We still have stage 9 to go for, but this could end up going all the way till stage 9 or end up here at stage 7 itself. Goblin, the MVP already of this map, I would say, with 6 finishes, is trying to scout out for information, and he's been very good at it. But with Cincinnati kids at the horizon, he's worried. And Noddy Again, his glimpse been seen. Cincinnati kids on the other end try to make a push with Ash. And VASISTA Esports are ready for it. Ash trying his best around the hovercraft. He only gets a knock, not a confirmation. But is there a move right behind it? Seems like Flock is cooking up a nade. But that nade will come a little too short or late. But it goes towards Hector. Damage good, Noddy making a move, and I think Soul, it's their opportunity to see a light between these fights. And then another knock, Arka. Scary Jot down, Cheyenne down, Hector. He is in deep trouble.
Oh, the clutch master speaks, and when he does, he just spits fire. As Joker comes in closer, he might have got 1 or 2 finishes, but that's more than enough to weaken the side of VASISTA, and things gets even Steven. A 2v2 situation with IQOOSOUL and Cincinnati kids face to face, and guess what? The chess game is starting to go in the favor of IQOOSOUL, because look at what the IGL has done. He's placed one player inside the circle, whereas the other one to the extreme other side to make sure that it's a death trap for Cincinnati kids. For Cincinnati kids to pull this off, they have to come in a unison. Target one player at a time, put them down, then concentrate on the other. The two clutch masters, Joker and Goblin, they've got an opportunity to shine, whereas Cincinnati kids have an opportunity to get this chicken dinner.
As you rightfully said, this is a chess move. Initially, Noddy was the one holding down Goblin, but when he made a move, Goblins opened up for fire, an instant knock and finish on Noddy. It's all up to Flock. MVP versus MVP with a clutch on Joker. Joker has been the savior for the team. What can Flock do? He's in a hard place because of VASISTA Esports. He made a move outside the circle, and now the play zone is going to try and do the damage. This happened to Omega in the previous game as well. Seems like it could happen again, but Flock is firing, and Goblin takes a big brunt of it. Now patching himself up, and Joker trying to move along the same lines, trying to throw down nades, trying to see if he could spot, and finally Joker does. As I said, he is the savior, covering his teammate, and the final blow by him, and a winner chicken dinner for IQOOSOUL to create an even further difference.
Absolutely well said over there, Sam, because IQOOSOUL is looking forward to run away with this trophy, and let's see what the host has to ask, because they're looking pretty confident on the stage. So over to the host.
Day 2 of the grand finale, and it's match number 2 taken over by IQOOSOUL. Congratulations, day 1, you won a game, and again another victory today. How happy are you as a IGL?
I'm not the IGL, I'm the entry fragger, but yeah, मेरी पूरी team बहुत happy है, and like day 2 भी I think second match काफी अच्छा गया था मेरे लिए. तो डे 1 भी सेकंड मैच मेरे लिए काफ़ी अच्छा गया था, एंड डे 2 द सेम थिंग रिपीटेड, तो काफ़ी अच्छा लग रहा है.
आज आपने क्या डिफरेंट किया था कल कंपेयर करने के टाइम पे?
नथिंग डिफरेंट आई विल से. मैं अपना नेचुरल गेम खेलता हूँ हमेशा से, एग्रेसिव वाला, एंड इस मैच में भी घुस के मारा, कल भी घुस के मारा था, और फिर से कल घुस के मारूंगा.
Okay, thank you so much for chatting with us and wishing you all the very best. Thank you. And right now we're going to take a break, and we will be back soon.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
Dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
வேடிக்கை பார்ப்பவர்களும் விமர்சனம் செய்பவர்களும் அங்கேயே நின்று விடுகிறார்கள். களம் கண்டு உழைப்போரே முன்னேறி செல்கிறார்கள். திறனோடு அறம் கொண்டு களம் கண்டால் தரமான வெற்றி வரும். இது நம்ம ஆட்டம். களம் நமதே.
Red Bull gives you wings. every day with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
Dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
வேடிக்கை பார்ப்பவர்களும் விமர்சனம் செய்பவர்களும் அங்கேயே நின்று விடுகிறார்கள். களம் கண்டு உழைப்போரே முன்னேறி சொல்கிறார்கள். திறனோடு அறம் கொண்டு களம் கண்டால் தரமான வெற்றி வரும். இது நம்ம ஆட்டம். களம் நமதே.
Red Bull gives you wings.
With IQOOSOUL getting that chicken dinner, it seems like they're here to make a statement that yes, we have taken this tournament way too seriously and we might end up being the champions. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are watching Chennai Esports Global Championship 2025. On the desk is going to be a bit of a switcheroo as I'm going to get Necros back on the desk. The previous game has had an interesting turn of events, Necros, because at one point of time we really thought that IQOOSOUL might not get through with that, but suddenly we see that the two other teams were interested to take each other down.
I mean, at this point, I have kind of realized and I've come to this conclusion that every time we underestimate that, okay, from this position, IQOOSOUL cannot take a chicken dinner, they always tend to prove us wrong, and all the audience also watching us live. And at this moment, it seems like a very big, exact replica of what they did in the last Miramar game yesterday, where we thought that it's not possible, but they made it possible again, that duo chicken dinner that they pulled off. But it's good for them, right? They're making the difference in the overall rankings, keeping a good difference in the buffer between the first and second spot. But also, it's really great to see that Cincinnati kids, they're finally making a comeback. They're finally gaining their own momentum and bringing their A game back in the competition, which is definitely going to help them rack up points in the overall ranking.
I guess it was also the time for them to step up as well. But speaking about stepping up, there's going to be one player who's going to put a lot of smiles in the bootcamp of IQOOSOUL right now. Is going to be Goblin. He was the single assaulter in this lobby. If not for Joker picking up the final 2 frags, he had around 6 already in his pocket, and he was looking to, get a double digit in this game as well. He's got 7 so far. He's going to be leading that MVP rank and making sure that it's not only the distance of IQOOSOUL and the other teams, it's also about Goblin making the difference between himself and the #2 MVP rank as well.
Yeah, #2, it was Hydro just tailing behind IQOOSOUL's Goblin, but also for on the other end of the spectrum, you do see the other names, and definitely on the best companion, you will have Hydro with 2 rescues. Then the finisher will be IQOOSOUL's Joker. While one thing is for sure, I mean, whenever you're seeing Legit or Knuckle crumbling down on an early basis, Goblin and Joker stepping up the game, and Joker has been functioning really good lately. He might not be there close by to the top 5 fraggers, but also his contribution towards the team is immaculate, and it's really functioning pretty well for the entire team. And talking about the other side, INFINIX True Rippers, they have started things off on a good note in today's day with the map of Rondo, and Hydro being in a good form is always a good, I would say, message for the entire team and for the entire unit of INFINIX True Rippers.
Yeah. VASISTA Esports as well, they had a decent run. It seems like the first map of Rondo did not go in their favor, but they were able to bounce back in the map of ERANGEL. But what's more important for them now is to stay consistent. REVENANT XSPARK as well, they're slowly climbing up the ladder. True Rippers stick on to getting that average. Victorious SUMUS as well, even they might be in the #2 position, but they know how to hide amongst the top teams and suddenly emerge winners of a tournament. So let's see whether OAs will be able to script a historic win in this one as well.
Well, he has to, because now the difference slowly and gradually might be exceeding a tad bit more after this chicken dinner of IQOOSOUL. But also jumping on to the other side, I'm really surprised to see that Versatile, they have been quite silent, not ranking up a lot more points. The first game was not that great. With this game as well, probably VXT will be dropping down a lot of positions in the overall ranking, and with this we can get a gist. While IQOOSOUL sits on top with a rock solid 97 points on the board, Victorious SUMUS will be just tailing behind with 76 points with a 21-point difference, followed by that VASISTA Esports. They have 65 points in total, and after that it is all down to those 50s where IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, they still sit in the 4th spot.
REVENANT XSPARK, I think that one good chicken dinner can put them into the top 2 spot. Look at the point difference between themselves and Victorious SUMUS, barely 20 points. WELT Esports as well. It seems like the graph is going up and down every single time they step into a map. One good game and the other one goes the opposite way. Speaking about the opposites, AUTOBOTZ and Team TAMILAS not having a good run. And I'm hoping to see them make a bounce back, because if they don't now, I don't think so they can do in a long time now.
I don't know, Arka. It's really surprising for IQOO Team TAMILAS to perform like this. Like, you imagine 24 matches played in LCQ, and they had 107 finishes in the bag. They were the table toppers, and right now, seeing them in the 16th spot is something you don't even imagine in your dreams. Maybe, performance can dip down, but not like this. Same for AUTOBOTZ Esports. They have been really persistent with their performance, but they're definitely not having a great time. K9 Esports, talking about them as well. They're in the 14th spot. They had a decent game, but then again, they are not being consistent, and which is going to be the very key for all the other teams, those who are laying low in the bottom 8. They have to be consistent with their performances. Then only they might have a chance to be around the top 8 or top 5, because you will be getting the chunk of prize pool till 10th position. So at least, if not in top 8, if not in top 5, try to be around the top 10 spots itself, because otherwise, if you're out of the top 10, if you're in the 11th, 12th, or maybe down 16th, you won't be getting any chunk of the entire prize pool.
Yep, but what's more important for us to see is how the teams in the very bottom, they don't have position points, and due to which they're not able to place themselves better in the overall standing. Yes, the first 2 games have gone into 2 different teams getting that chicken dinner, But if they continue to dominate, probably they might end up to be the top contenders for this tournament as well. I really want some team from the bottom to start things off. Like I want somebody like Team Tamilas to do well. I want somebody like AUTOBOTZ or K9 to get some chicken dinners back to back 2 or 3. Make sure that they get into the competition, and all of a sudden we'll be able to see IQOOSOUL and Victoria Summers feel the pressure a bit more.
And the team facing the pressure will be, yes, definitely these teams, but eventually Victoria Summers, Venom, having a chill time, resetting his mind. But can't say the very same about AUTOBOTZ. Like, just look at them. They're just chilling. They're having a good time. Maybe they're trying to figure things out. They have smiles on their faces. But in terms of performance, it hasn't been quite well. And you can see the trophy just behind them. It's going to be IQOO Team Tamilas. But they are way too far from this trophy. If they want to lift it, they had the best possible opportunity to lift a trophy on their home turf. Last time a LAN happened, a BGMI LAN happened in Chennai. It was VASISTA Esports to walk away with the trophy in front of the entire crowd of Chennai. And this time it can be IQOOSOUL. They are the prime contenders. And the way they are playing, it doesn't feel like they are very far away.
All the players are gearing up, and I hope you guys are doing as well. Make sure you share it among your friends. Bring them all out here, because this is the moment where I see teams like Versatile, teams like BLITZ, teams like K9 start to kick things off. They always, tend to work their strategy out and do well in the latter stages of this tournament, and I feel the time has now arrived. The next map is going to be the map of Miramar. The deserty island is just going to make things more heated up, as smoke is starting to pick up for the side of VXT. Can be an added advantage for Somraj to send his other 2 assaulters to pick up some frags.
Oh, he has to do something, because so far the first 2 games have been a disaster for Versatile, and if it keeps on continuing, it is going to be a very tough task for Versatile to make a comeback. But this Miramar, my friend, can be really game-changing for a lot of teams. Specifically for Versatile, they have been really good on the particular map of Miramar in the past day, and the last 3 games they have been doing really well, which made their comeback possible around the top 5. So Versatile, first only 2 games have been done. 4 more games left. Anything and everything is possible. Same for IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK. They are not competing to be around top 5. They are competing to be around the podium, to be on the table topping spot. And this is the new lineup. This is Punk's IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK. With all the players he has, he's got his old mate Fierce alongside Goten as well as Trace God. This lineup shows really promising as we dive into the virtual map of the Golden Sand. This is going to be the map of Miramar, the 3rd map of the day, which will kickstart, and the flight path starts from the northern end and ends in the areas of Minas del Sur.
To be specific, between La Cobreria and Torre Hamada, the flight path starts and ends towards the Minas del Sur region, or rather ending towards that prison region, makes things so much more interesting. The reason being the circle. Every single time we see a flight path like this, it goes to the other extremities. Yes, for those who love to see some drama in the map of Miramar, would look forward to get that circle away from Impala towards the eastern side on that small island, so that all the teams will have to, take a brunt to try to get into the circle, and not only that, to get a piece of land as well.
Definitely. And so far, I mean, Arka, we have been witnessing 2 Miramars in this entire Grand Finals. We've seen 2 drop clashes happen in the past 2 games. But also, jumping into this map, do you really think that again around the age of Chumacera or Los Leones, we might be witnessing drop clashes against INFINIX 2 Rippers or maybe IQOO 8-bit?
I think the chances are low, because as of now, both these teams are at the middle fray of the overall standing. So they'll look forward to, somehow make a stronger comeback from here on. Try to avoid those early casualties. Yes, if they've got a good spot from where they can take down players, then they'll try to do it. But once they see that it comes with a lot of risk, they would rather not do it and get away. And look at what the circle does. For the first time, I see Partona being the very center of this circle. And I do believe that God's Reign, Welt and the others are going to have a small smile on their face, because they're going to have a hell of a lot of time to loot.
Oh, that's for sure. But can't say the very same for Cincinnati Kids and INFINIX 2 Rippers around the corner or towards the areas of Chumacera. I mean, I was not expecting a drop clash to happen once again, because for Cincinnati case, just imagine you're a team facing so many backlashes every other match and you're trying to pull a comeback. The last match was decent for you. You have the momentum, and once again you decide to go for a head-on battle before even completing your loot. That in a drop clash where you're quite aware that this is the ground of another team, and we have faced backlashes in both the Miramars that we have played so far, but you still tend to take that risk. I mean, it's not even a calculated risk from the side of Cincinnati kids. For INFINIX True Rippers, we can say that, okay, they have nothing to lose much. But Veyron start things off well. Jelly has been knocked out. The off-guard flank has been caught. And now this is going to be problematic for INFINIX True Rippers. As Jelly, he will be completed off by Veyron. There is nobody who can save him. But for INFINIX True Rippers, they will definitely go out for a revenge battle.
I like this tactical approach coming in from Ash this time. Hydro immediately retaliates, makes sure that he gets a confirmation on the opposite side as well. But it all comes down to how Ash is gonna, take this fight. Yes, they've converged from 4 different directions, but since all these players have to play individually, they need to be careful. And guess what? Ash, he's got Hydro in front of him with the shotgun. Hydro starts to cook up a grenade. Ash is trying to do his best to grab all that attention so that he gets back up. But for some reason, Harsh is keeping his opponents at bay. Ash is all standing solo, and that grenade lands perfectly. Jelly, it seems like he got knocked out for a specific reason, and that has enraged his teammates to do well. Harsh and Hydro, both of them in unison. Naughty comes into a location. He gets compromised. Harsh attacks him. Veyron, the last man standing. Shots being connected. And that's the end of the story for Cincinnati kids. Not the kind of start they were looking out for, but INFINIX True Rippers, they're going to be welcoming all these 4 finishers with open arms.
You can see the smile on Kilomau's face. He's happy and he knows that he has done it before, but can't say the very same. Somraj, he came in for information but never expected BLITZ to be around the corner. Oh my god, that's a tragic end to Somraj's run in the map of Miramar. While VXT, the entire team is still surviving. So I'm trying to just push them away as much as possible. But the first finish being registered for BLITZ. It's a decent start. VXT, they were in a dire need of a comeback, but to lose their IGL in such an early note, this is something which will cause a lot of havoc in their entire campaign.
Very much so, but since I'm able to see all the 3 assaultals are still alive, I think a more mature approach for this game is bound to come from the side of VXT. Trying to make sure they hold the center of the circle, not take any kind of unnecessary fights, make sure Smoker stays alive until the end so that he might replicate what Joker is doing for the side of IQOOSOUL. And all of this, and yes, the circle. That's a different story altogether. For all the teams towards the northern region, they'll have to be very, very quick, because yesterday we saw a similar kind of an approach from the circles, and by the end of it all, we saw that this, the center of the circle was Menas del Valle, with so many ridges here and there. Teams couldn't traverse around in the vehicle, and all they had to do was trying to take that long-range fights and a risky move to get in closer with the throwables.
I mean, these are all the part and parcels that you have to kind of do to maybe manage your space inside the circle, find a good spot. But also talking about, as you mentioned, the teams on the north, you can see so many teams, cluster of teams up north. There will be a lot of rotational clashes, there is no doubt about it. But in the meantime, IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, they've been really quick with their rotations, trying to grab a central spot inside the circle. For ONEPLUS God's Reign as well, they're around the corners, trying to be in the smack center, trying to find a good spot, but Victorious SUMUS, oh, that could have been close. Hefty amount of damage on Uwais, barely survives. And Dragon, he decides to flee away, not overextending anymore, because, of course, you're aware that you don't want to miss. But definitely all the teams are here to beat the average, and for that, you've got the boost protein. Always helps you beat the average and become the best.
Somewhere I feel that Team TAMILAS, they need to wake up. They need to wake up and say, you know what, we can't lose Dragon in the beginning of Miramar. He needs to stay alive. His crosshairs has been sticking to the heads really well. So it's important for Mr. IGL to, fill in those shoes, make sure that he goes forefront. Probably Dragon sends him with an intention to gain much information over the ridges or the high grounds. But their current play style, where Dragon is taking the lead and he getting knocked out, it's just going to hinder the firepower of Team Tamilas. And I hope that they realize it as quickly as possible.
They have to. Otherwise, it would be really problematic. But hey, you just don't fall down and get knocked out. I mean, it's Miramar. It's quite usual. But for BLITZ, it can be problematic. Soham was the first one to find a finish against VXT Somraj. He got a finish of one of the most deadliest IGLs in the lobby. Made sure that his run ends quickly. But for IQOO 8-bit, again, this is going to be a good ride. Hopefully they can rack up a good amount of points for themselves in this map of Miramar, because for IQOO 8-bit, they're around the top 8. They have like 49 points on the board, but they definitely want to rack up some more to be around the top 5, maybe have a better chance of competing for the podium. But also the rotations have already started. And look at the northeastern side. So many teams rotating.
Lobster chooses to take an Mini 14. I mean, this is an interesting outcome for this new update, because many people know that the DMRs are going to give more damage than that of AR. And when you know that you'll have to go in for a mid-range battle, like we have seen Fears do something similar in the previous phases of the tournament, try to rely on Mini to get those confirmations, I think Lobster has chosen the right kind of inventory. But guess what? The circle, it has a different tail to say. Yet again, it's going to shrink more towards that shorelines. And the early rotators to hold the shorelines are obviously going to be rewarded to survive a bit longer than the rest of them who are trying to make it in. K9, a long split coming in from their side. Team Tamilas Dragon goes in for a very late rotation. And also the teams in the center, they'll try to hold the high grounds and wait for all these, pushes, which is going to be unnecessary. And here comes VASISTA Esports on the receiving end of things. Simp will be the last man standing, showing his back, and he's going to be, another finish for that of NONX. Yes, that split seems to be backfiring for them as well. Hector comes in at the last moment, trying to make sure that he becomes the savior for the rest of the two players. But without information, it's going to be very hard for him. Anonymous trying to do his best, holding that spot, and eventually he lands one perfectly. And this is what happens when you rush without information.
He didn't even have the time. He knew that the other players were being revived. So the more delay he would have done, it would have costed him some much more. But no, there has been so much sounds that they have produced, and that has been heard by none other than WELT Esports, Maxioso and the company. They're here to kind of welcome or be that one uninvited guest in the compounds of NONX. While Gokul is cooking up a nade, some Molotovs around the ends in, trying to push them back as much as possible. But Welt, they will be dumping Utils left, right and center. But Proton, he's hit. He needs to be around inside the covers or maybe find a sweet spot to evade the damage of the Molotov. But eventually Sham and the company trying to figure out where the players are. But Zayn will be the first one to go down with Sham's Molotov being hit on him. But the nades, they're making the connections, they're making the damage. But eventually, well, they want to go up close and personal, and that will shut the entire squad of NONX, giving away 4 beautiful finishes for WELT Esports to start things off on a good note. So far, it seems like even IQOOSOUL and FS, they're having their own duel among each other. This has been the arch rivalry between both the teams, but now it's Joker, none other than Joker, trying to inflict the damage and getting one of the players down. But a beautiful nade from Knuckle, completely being diverted. Sahil Lopi never expected something to happen like this, but FS Esports, they seem like crumbling down like ashes, one after another. Lavish wants to go up close, but this is every time the story is being told by IQOOSOUL, and there is no way that FS, they're inching closer to their side. This is IQOOSOUL, who are looking like really big, angry bulls.
Absolutely, but AUTOBOTZ, they've got an opportunity. Now is the only time they might find IQOOSOUL the weakest. Yes, they've already done the date, put on Joker. They're getting in closer, but they need information. Like how Levy's information seems to be a little bit in shambles as of now, because Nakul is coming in from one side and Legit on the other. It's going to be any moment now we can expect Levy to be washed off from this lobby.
It's done. IQOOSOUL, they racked up some couple of finishes. Yes, they have lost Joker, and this time I believe even Legit has been taken down. On a great sign for IQOOSOUL. Yeah, there is a big possibility that he's going to get the revival done. Unsure about the positioning of Goblin, but AUTOBOTZ are trying to push, and Goblin from afar will be providing the support as much as possible. He needs to take at least one of the players down, but it's not quite possible. The entire team has flooded inside that one fire building, where it is quite impossible for IQOOSOUL to survive for a longer period of time, as Goblin needs to step in from a different angle. It might be too late, but still, IQOOSOUL, they're trying to fight back, but two players in one single room will be completely confined and will be taken down one by one by the players of AUTOBOTZ.
Yeah, absolutely. But what's more important right now is to watch how Goblin can, change the tide for IQOOSOUL. Can he survive until the very end and try to, fill in the shoes of Joker, who tends to clutch things out in the final circles? Yes, an unnecessary fight being taken by them, and they elongated it for so long, being at the center of the circle, or at least towards that part of the circle where they're going to be, a conflict of interest is obviously going to come the other way. Nevertheless, AUTOBOTZ, they're going to be happy with the performance so far. They've got 4 early points, 4 early finishes, which is going to just let them breathe and ease into the game slowly.
And quickly jumping on to the conclusions of what has happened in the recent past. So many flights have been brewed up. Right now on the eastern side, we're seeing so many clusters happening, but ONEPLUS got drained. I mean, the demise of those early teams, or the teams who are sitting on top, those who are right now in a handicapped position, will open the floodgates for these teams, those who are sitting in the bottom, to gain some more points and maybe climb up the ladder in these situations, because this kind of situation doesn't often happens to everybody. But in the meantime, K9 Slug seems to be interested in taking down the players of Victorious SUMUS across the map.
Seems like Miramar is turning out to be a bit more chaotic than we expected it to be. Most of these teams coming in from the eastern side, we can see a big splash of colors. VXT holding a really good hard compound, but still, it seems like Smoker was sent with an intention to find a very good high ground so that they can survive until the end. True Rippers, yet again, reading the circle right, get to the very center of it. Whereas Revenant XSPARK, Punk again, places all his strong assaulters to a compound from where they can easily not only pick up frags, but also have a view of who is trying to enter the circle.
That is really crucial, if you ask me, because once again, you have a lot of intel to work out with. The most important part is that INFINIX to Ripper's compound is good, but there is another compound on the higher ridge which is completely vacant. I mean, nobody's willing to go there, probably thinking that the circle won't be there, and coming downhill would be like giving free kills to every other team who will be lying low. That can be a call for them, but I feel like there are a lot of vacant spaces in the western side of the map which can be utilized. But in the meantime, AUTOBOTZ, now this is going to be an interesting map for them. First, it is IQOOSOUL. Now it's Victorious SUMUS. Seems like AUTOBOTZ, they're getting back in the momentum, in their original form. But Ninja Boy and the company still not giving any sigh of relief to the lads of Victorious SUMUS, because constantly they are barging the bullets on them, raining down hellfire as one after another the players of Victorious SUMUS, they are being confirmed.
Victorious SUMUS in deep troubles, but AUTOBOTZ, it seems like now they're changing their route, and that's going to be an added advantage for the rest of the teams. Obviously, because there's not going to be any more clusters on the eastern side. Revenant XSPARK, they saw that AUTOBOTZ were trying to make it into the circle, and what do? Not only do they fire to stop 2-3 players, but they also try to have a wide spread so that the opponents have no clue where the players are shooting from. AUTOBOTZ, I think they're taking Revenant XSPARK way too lightly. They're just shooting at Victorious SUMUS and making sure that they give up their location. And let's not forget, VXT is not far away as well. They're coming in from the northern side, and they'll also look forward to third party if given a chance.
Of course. Nobody wants to waste an opportunity for a third-party approach. But for AUTOBOTZ, they have to be really cautious. You are playing on the edges. They have cleared the back, no doubt about it. Nobody behind them, which is a good sign. But also there are a lot of teams deeper inside the circle from where they need to enter. IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, VXT around the corner. You've also got Victoria SUMUS on whom they are aiming for. As K9, they are trying to pound them on from a different angle. And Victoria SUMUS, they're in a very sandwich situation. Waste, unable to figure out where to do, what to go now. Because K9, they are just completely confining them in one spot, which is making life really miserable for Victoria SUMUS to survive in those areas.
Victoria SUMUS can actually get away from this position, but they don't do so, and due to which they'll have to face the wrath of K9. And a good reading comes in from their side. They know there's only a last man standing, and they eventually pounce upon him. Even though the confirmation might come anytime soon, they're also tracking as to which direction that man is going. And guess what? Fierce puts that man down, and Victoria SUMUS, they end up with no points whatsoever.
Another disappointing performance for Victoria SUMUS. No points coming in their fray. It's gonna cause a lot of problem in the overall rankings, if you ask me. Yes, IQOOSOUL, they were out. There is no doubt about it. But right away, the difference is quite clear. 100 points is where IQOOSOUL they're sitting on. Followed by that, it's 76 for Victoria SUMUS. Not something that they would be really proud of. The difference is getting higher and higher, and they have to do something about it if they want to be in the competition. Because the teams, they are not here to become the average. They are here to beat the average and become the best. Just like the Boost Protein. But for K9, they have their eyes set on some different locations, trying and figuring out maybe there is a player still stuck there. But in the meantime, it's going to be INFINIX to rip us from afar, trying to pin down the players of K9 as one of their players, Slug, has been taken down.
Slug, and the confirmation as well. Q. Oh my god. I can't believe that they're going in for confirmation even at that long distances. It's a very impressive run so far from the side of True Rippers. And they're looking forward to continue the domination as they are the only team to the epicenter. WELT as well. They've got a really strong footing in this map towards the western side where there's no team to challenge them. And they've got a decent spread with the high ground, hoping that the circle will kind of incline towards them and they can replicate another chicken dinner. Because if they're able to do so, then there comes another contender from the side of Tamil Nadu to make sure that they have their hands on the trophy.
Oh, for sure, but for K9, this is a disaster. One after another, players falling down, leaving Ninja Boy, the last survivor, but won't be surviving for a tad bit longer, as the entire K9, they have crumbled down and they have been burned to ashes by all the other teams. Those have rained hellfire on them. K9, they had a position but never expected a welcome party like this one. Even for AUTOBOTZ, it seems like they are in a very struggling position as IQOO 8-bit. They are trying to inflict damage from behind. And that is not a great sign for the entire squad of AUTOBOTZ.
REVENANT, XSPARK, they're going to be kind of angry on AUTOBOTZ because the amount of bullets they peppered on K9 to weaken them, and AUTOBOTZ reap benefits out of it. So obviously, REVENANT, XSPARK, they have an idea that AUTOBOTZ are close by, but still, they're letting them breathe. They want them to, kind of take all the brunt of the other teams. And when the time is right, they come in to strike not only to third party, but also get those valuable 4 to 5 points before they concentrate to the center of the circle. But for now, REVENANT, XSPARK, Trace God completely on hold. And this is for the first time I'm able to see that Trace God is on the back foot. Rather than, try to be in the open, trying to pick up frags. It's going to be Fierce leading the fight. And I believe that VXT, they're also thinking similar to REVENANT, XSPARK, holding their spots. And I believe that, they might strike when the iron is hot.
Oh, look at Fierce position, Arka. One good need can end up the entire squad of AUTOBOTZ. At least 3 players intact in one position. 100% sure that Fierce doesn't have any entire intel. Okay, how many players are there? But he is hearing all those vehicle sounds. One nade can be thrown. I mean, at least something that can even give you a slight bit of information that, okay, there are so many players and this and that. You can take one risk, one nade investment can be done. But on the other side of the spectrum, you do see IQOO 8-bit right across the street. Even they are trying to hunt down the players of AUTOBOTZ. While IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, they will be the one who will be much more interested than IQOO 8-bit. But at this point, from both the ends, Autobots, they are completely in a big trouble.
Autobots, they'll have to make it into the circle by piercing either through Revenant XSPARK or trying to take a wilder rotation and take a fight with the rest. But Fierce, finally he strikes, puts one player down, and now he's going to call for backup. Now he's going to make sure that he steps out of his cover and tries to take players down. Fierce, still hoping that Goten comes up with a good grenade. He's waiting for an opportunity to strike. I don't think so that Autobots is going to let them breathe or let them get any kind of benefits of all the hard work they're putting out here. I just wish that Trace God was much more closer to Fierce than everybody else.
Oh, yeah. But look at the nades being completely thrown on Fierce direction. It is quite positioning, but it skips. What in the world did he decide to come in? And that's a free finish given away to the side of Autobots. Skips. That is a big blunder that he has done, mate. But eventually, Ralphie cooking up a nade. He's got all the information in the world about Fierce positioning. But right now, even the IQOO Revenant XSPARK, they're trying to inflict the very damage. Punk has been knocked out. Fierce is still surviving. But also on the other side, it's Autobots facing the backlashes as Ralphie. He did try to go up front and take the battle against Fierce, but now he decides to just maybe reunite with his teammates would be a better decision.
Fierce, after putting down 2 players, and it seems like they're going to fall back. I don't understand why Revenant XSPARK are not pushing forward to get these finishes. And guess what? Fierce comes out of his cover. He's got Ralphie right in front of him. And they both are waiting for an opportunity to strike. And at the distance, when we saw that VXT were trying to be a part of this game, it's going to be Trace God who puts an end to them, stop them in their tracks, and wait for Fierce to do the deed. This one individual with a lot of prowess is just waiting and waiting for some opportunity. Pro puts down Trace God, and immediately Goten goes in for a trade. Goten, he knows that he needs to be careful, but Fierce gets taken down. The strongest link is broken, and I do believe that Autobots from here on can actually turn the tides, get in a bit closer. Goten, he's taking that responsibility, gets in closer, puts down another player. Now they know it's important for them to strike. They get out of their cover, puts another player down. Ralphie's position is still to be compromised, and somehow Ralphie is able to retaliate. But Punk comes in from the backlines. Can he be the savior for the team?
One last player surviving from the side of Autobots. Ralphie has pulled so many strings, but right now he's being shot from different directions. It shouldn't be that kind of tough for him, but Hydro from behind comes in with some unwanted help towards the side of IQOO Revenant XSPARK, giving them a breather, but also collecting some of the finishes. 7 solo finishes for Hydro, as INFINIX True Rippers are looking forward to bag up another chicken dinner for themselves to add in the overall rankings. While ONEPLUS God's Reign, they're outside of the circle. They need to enter, and INFINIX True Rippers are the only team to be inside the circle and be in a commanding position.
True Rippers, Hydro. Look at that. 7 finishes is what he's got. We were speaking about that MVP spot being held strongly by Goblin, but now comes the competition. Harsh on the other side is just been supporting him. Sarang, the slithering snake of Miramar, slowly trying to get up to that ridge. I think he might find somebody. Yes, that pays him off. Neo gets taken down, and then he sees another player trying to cook up a grenade, but still from a distance. It's again Hydro who strikes. 8 finishes strong. This individual stands with this team getting 9 in total. They're looking forward to dominate and get a chicken dinner and replace IQOOSOUL, because all of a sudden I see a strong contenders for the top spot, because IQOOSOUL are inches away from getting that 100-pointer.
Oh yeah, IQOO Revenant XSPARK, they're also trying to find a sweet spot for themselves, and now they're getting the points. They need to enter the circle, but before that, they need to make sure that the other players around have been decimated. WELT Esports, one of the biggest rivals at this moment for that team. But in the mix, Aimbot and Ninja Jord, I am wondering how they are still surviving. While WELT Esports, they've shifted their focus towards the likes of INFINIX True Rippers, trying to find out at least one opening and get the whole of that hard compound for themselves. While even IQOO Revenant XSPARK will be under the radars, they won't be spared out at all. Because right now, the entire circle, there are only 5 teams remaining, while WELT, they're trying to pull off a big comeback for themselves in this map of Miramar.
I see True Rippers have got 10 finishes and WELT have got 7. So that means most of the players out there have been taken down by these 2 players. And it's a good run for these two teams because now they can catch up for the difference being made by IQOOSOUL and the rest of the teams. But yes, they'll have to now make sure that they get a good footing inside the circle because True Rippers, they've got a perfect spot. High ground is going to be the priority for Gokul for now, but for which they'll have to eradicate GDR on the eastern side and then try to, wait for True Rippers to make a small mistake. Let's not forget that even now we see Revenant XSPARK still breathing outside of the circle with VXT, and one among these teams are going to get extinguished anytime soon.
Oh, that's for sure. Slowly and gradually, the players are crawling up. ONEPLUS God's Reign, they don't want to make any sound. They want to be those slithering snakes trying to crawl up and maybe give a surprise to the likes of INFINIX True Rippers. But if they do it so, it can be really problematic. One of the players can be caught off guard. If anybody just goes out in the open, he will be a dead man. But eventually VXT, they're just going to crumble down like pieces of card. Ninja Jot goes down first, then it's going to be aimbot. That's going to be the end run for VXT. Ending their run in the 5th spot. That's going to be one finish taken away by IQOO, Revenant XSPARK, but also they are being shot from multiple directions. And WELT Esports, ONEPLUS God's Reign, everybody will look forward to eradicate them from this very map of Miramar, and they have done so.
God's Reign now in deep troubles. All these three teams will be having one motto in mind. That's going to be my enemy's enemy is going to be my friend. Wait for the other two to fight and then coming to strike when the iron is hot. GDR, Delta gets taken down. And now Aqua and his teammates have to make sure that the revival comes through. Whereas on the other side, Neo gets taken down because it's going to be True Rippers coming in to strike from the other side. Slowly and steadily, GDR is starting to lose players. And there it is, another rush comes in, and this time again, it's going to be Kyolama who puts a player down. On the other side confirms Justin. And with all of this happening, well, we'll look forward to come forward. But it seems like they've held on to their horses, and due to which, INFINIX True Rippers have now reset themselves, and they're ready to welcome WELT in a proper manner.
Oh, Sham, he is just lying low. He will have a support from Maxi Yosef from a distant area. He's trying to provide that rack-up support for Sham as he is in the front lines, and he has to take the responsibility of getting at least one opening against INFINIX True Rippers. But oh my god, that's not going to be the case. But Sham's Molotov makes a connection. The big man is down. Hydro is down, all followed by Kyolama. It all comes down to Harsh. It's a 1v3 situation. INFINIX True Rippers, they have crumbled down in the most vital situation possible in the game of Miramar, while WELT, they're on the way of getting the second chicken dinner for themselves in the competition of the Grand-Finals. And this can be the much more comeback round for them, what they desire so. But he's trying his level best as Harsh. He's trying to pull all the strings together, but this is going to be WELT Esports to walk away with the winner chicken dinner. The first match was great, but now with the comeback that they have pulled off, this is just serving as the cherry on the top of the cake for WELT Esports with a beautiful finishing game.
Absolutely. WELT Esports were pretty dominative, pretty tactical. They waited for an opportunity, and when they thought that the things will be going in their favor, that is when they strike. True Rippers, they're going to be gnashing their teeth hard because they know that they've just lost a chicken dinner which was supposed to be going in their favor. A push comes in and both the players try to stick together. And now I throw it to the host and let's see what she has to ask for the side of WELT.
Congratulations to Team WELT. We have Maxim also who's going to be joining us for a quick chat, congratulating the team. I think it's been a great day too for them. This is their second win in the grand finale. A round of applause for the assaulter, please. Congratulations. Day 1 la oru vetri, innikku marubadi oru vetri. Team la ipadikku vanda confidence levels alla eppadi irukku?
கான்ஃபிடன்ஸ் லெவல் நல்லாவே இருக்குது. இந்த மொமெண்டம் வந்து நாங்கள் நெக்ஸ்ட் கேம்ஸ்க்கு கேரி ஃபார்வர்ட் பண்ணுவோம்.
உங்களுக்கு வந்து இந்த ஸ்டேடியமில் பயங்கர சப்போர்ட் இருக்குது, ஏன்னா ஹோம் டீம். ஸோ இங்கே வந்திருக்க ஆடியன்ஸ் பற்றி என்ன ஃபீல் பண்ணுறீங்க? உங்களுக்கு கிடைச்சிருக்க சப்போர்ட் பற்றி என்ன ஃபீல் பண்ணுறீங்க?
ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் ஆல் எல்லாருக்கும் தேங்க்யூ ஃபார் த சப்போர்ட். அண்ட் என்ன சொல்கிறது, டிஎன் மக்களை பற்றி நம்ம என்ன சொல்கிறது, அவங்க சப்போர்ட்டே பயங்கரமாக இருக்கும்.
ஆல்ரைட், சூப்பர். ஒரு அசால்ட்டர் வந்து அசால்ட் பண்ணணும்னா என்ன கீ கேரக்டரிஸ்டிக்ஸ்க்கெல்லாம் இருக்கணும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்க?
ஒன்றும் இல்லை, டீமோடு சேர்ந்து ஆடினாலே போதும். டீமோட சப்போர்ட் இருந்தாலே போதும் நம்ம கரெக்டாக ஆடிடலாம்.
ஆல்ரைட், பாக்கி இருக்க 15 டீம்ல எந்த டீம் உங்களை பயங்கரமா இம்ப்ரெஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க இது வரைக்கும்? அவங்களோட கேம் பிளானை பார்த்துட்டு நம்மளும் இப்படி ஆடணும்னு ஏதாவது ஒரு டீமை பார்த்து ஃபீல் பண்ணியிருக்கீங்களா?
அப்படின்னு இல்லை, என் டீமே ஒரு நல்ல டீம் தான்.
எந்த ஊர் உங்களுக்கு?
சென்னை தான்.
ஓகே, ஒரு சென்னை வாசி மாதிரி தான் பேசியிருக்கீங்க. பட் ரொம்ப நன்றி எங்களோட பேசுனதுக்காக. விஷிங் யூ ஆல் தி வெரி பெஸ்ட் ஃபார் த நெக்ஸ்ட் ரவுண்ட்ஸ். தேங்க் யூ ஸோ மச். And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for yet another break. Stay tuned. Few more rounds to go.
That we have heard over. I mean, it's not really something that I really understood, but definitely I got the chance that probably finally one of the teams from Tamil Nadu, they have kind of showcased their game in their home turf. They have done something which is really, really great for the entire audience, those who were watching the games in that arena itself. Well, the sports, they have done something really great, right? This is going to be the second chicken dinner, and with that being said, probably they will be bouncing up the ladder and having a good positions for themselves in the overall ranking. But with that being said, probably Arka, WELT Esports are also looking forward the championship title.
Yeah, absolutely. Now I'm also looking forward to see how many points they've raked up in the overall standing, because I know they've got closer to Seoul, but I don't think so it's enough to catch up to them, because Seoul again have got a good average. Even in the map of Miramar, they had some 3 to 4 points, which is more than enough for them to, you know, kind of step a bit away from all the other ordinary teams for now. But Victoria Summers, this is one of the other teams I'm kind of concerned about. Till yesterday, it seems like they were the top contenders. They were so close to IQOOSOUL, probably 4 to 5 point difference is what they had. But today, it's slowly, gradually, you know, the distance is being increasing. I feel that probably the momentum can shift after this next map, because they might start to play like they've got nothing to lose.
Oh yeah, that can happen, because so far it's like half of the day of the day number 2 has been done and dusted. We will be left with 2 ERANGELs, another Miramar in the mix after this break that will be coming up shortly, and then we will be getting to understand that where are we standing, because just again a reminder that after the end of day 2, if IQOOSOUL sits on the top, the entire total points that they will have, a 10 more points addition will be added to set as the smash rule point. And any team who crosses or reaches that points by the next match that they will play tomorrow, the first game of tomorrow, day number 3, if any team who reaches that marker will be eligible for the smash rule format. And in the next game, if that team wins the game, if takes away the chicken dinner, then and there they will be crowned as the champions.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'm also waiting to see which among these teams will try to, you know, not let Seoul run away with a big margin, because just in case they do allow them to run away with the margin, IQOOSOUL will not bother about the smash roll. They'll be like, you know what, let's still try to get that average of 10 points in every single game. And in case we're able to convert a chicken dinner, well and good. Or else probably the distance which we have maintained is going to be good enough for us to at the end become the champion. So one mindset being like this, from the other side, we can expect the bottom teams to start, you know, kicking things out. I was expecting K9 to do well in this game, AUTOBOTZ to do well in this game, even though they had a decent start. They had good amount of points. I somewhere feel that, you know, not getting that chicken dinner is going to hinder their performance, hinder them from climbing up the ladder.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. And right now, a lot of things are on stake. A lot of teams are trying to make the comeback, with WELT Esports coming in the line, ONEPLUS God's Reign performing to their best, and then also you have got NONX performing good. Even INFINIX True Rippers, 2 beautiful games. Just imagine, first game they had a chicken dinner, second game was decent, then third game they finished in the top 2. They have done some incredible amount of job, heavy lifting the points for themselves in the overall ranking. But quickly we will be jumping on to the stats of what happened in the last map of Miramar, and then you have the MVP, which has to be Hydro with 9 finishes. Now he dethrones IQOOSOUL's Goblin in the MVP rank.
Now this fight, I'm starting to love this fight between these two teams. Either one of them walk away as the MVP of the tournament, or either their team becomes the champions. But yes, the icing on the cake is going to be both these teams walking away with that championship. And I know that True Rippers are still pushing forward for it. Even though the first day did not go their way, or the first initial maps did not go their way, they're slowly able to catch up to that momentum. 10 to 12 finishes and then try to make it into the top 2 or top 3 is good enough if you're looking forward for a good game.
Exactly. Talking about the other stars of the match, you have ABZ Pro with the rescues, 3 revivals that he has done, alongside Gokul with 2 assists. He was a finisher for WELT Esports. I mean, he has done a really, really good job. He was a part of beautiful rosters with the Dragon and all. They had achieved a lot. Now coming down to WELT, they're also very, very much inching closer to the top spot. Closing up maybe to IQOOSOUL. We'll be getting to know after we get to see the overall ranking. But eventually, WELT Esports Day 2 seems like a day of comeback for them.
Yeah, WELT 21 points in this game as well. We see that True Rippers are also inching closer to get 20 points in every single game. GDR finally kicking things up. This is going to allow them to not only get that confidence boost, but also, look forward for a chicken dinner in the games to come. AUTOBOTZ get 11. REVENANT XSPARK, the average of 7 is now increased to 9. So that means even they might want to, get a chicken dinner and make sure they inch closer to Seoul.
Definitely, that's going to be the aim. But also for the other teams, those who have a 0-pointer game, IQOO team, TAMILAS, VASISTA, Victorious Summers, FS. It is going to hurt FS a lot. Just imagine a team having a really good start for the day number 1, 10 crumbling down in every other match. This is going to be really disappointing, even for Versatile and the company. I mean, Versatile, they only have 3 points in this match. For them, they also require a match like INFINIX True Rippers or maybe a match like WELT Esports to be on the track once again. But before that, we have the match summary in front of our eyes.
Hydro 9, Ralphie 5, Gokul 5. Now, as an IGL, I was not expecting Gokul to go pop off so much. I thought somebody like Proton might pick up the pace. Nevertheless, somebody doing the job for the team is more important than who is doing it. Highest team finishes obviously goes to True Rippers, all thanks to Hydro's 9 finishes spree. AUTOBOTZ following up closely with WELT with 10 and 11 points respectively. The contribution from a player for a team, the highest goes to Anonymous, as he's done 75% of the hard work in picking up those finishes.
So a lot of hard work being done by a lot of players, but eventually, slowly and gradually, the overall ranking will tell the bigger picture, will tell the bigger story of how the entire game of the Grand-Finals are going right away. Because as we jump in, IQOOSOUL will still sit on top with 100 total points in just mere 9 matches that they have played, with almost an average of 10 points per match. They have done some incredible job. But WELT Esports, they've also made a comeback in the top 2 with 77 points on the board, dethroning Victorious Summers from the 2nd spot, pushing them down to the 3rd one with 76 in total. But inching closer will be the Rippers, as they have also got 69 points on the board.
Yeah, 69 points and looking forward for another chicken. So will the side of Victorious Summers. Look at that. They've just got 1 so far. But REVENANT XSPARK, they are trying to walk in the path of Victorious Summers. Not bothered about chicken dinner, but trying to stay consistent. Make sure that by the end of today, they stay at the podium. And so that they can come in harder to pick up some really good frags tomorrow from the get-go. VASISTA as well, after getting that chicken dinner, a small decline in their performance. Yes, ERANGEL was a good outing, but apart from that, it's not been great so far.
Oh, exactly. There has to be some couple of matches where you can pull off comeback. At least AUTOBOTZ, they're trying their best to be on the top. Yes, they had a decent outing in the past 2 matches that they've played, but it feels like there is still something that they are lacking. I'm not quite sure about what, because at this moment, it doesn't seem like the natural performance of these teams that we've witnessed so far in the entire CEGC. We've been telling this over and over again, because we do expect the teams to perform a tad bit better. And right now, next map coming up next, it's going to be the map of ERANGEL. Once again, the default map, where we do expect that the other teams will do good for themselves to be in a better position in the overall ranking.
Absolutely. ERANGEL, Miramar, ERANGEL. That brings in so much drama, if you ask me. Because for all those teams at the very bottom, they would want a chicken dinner very badly. Or they will decide, let's pounce upon these teams to make sure that we get a good start. Or rather try to restrict Seoul so that the difference between them and the top team is not too much as well. But I feel that, after the next game, most of these teams will kind of have an idea as to where they're going to end up in the overall standing by the end of the tournament.
Oh, exactly.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
You glow different when you're in love. 16 million shades of love to choose from. Unlimited Love, B6, Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் தெரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வர காரில் இன்னாட்டம்.
It was finally time for the night race on the streets of Chennai.
சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும் ஒரு ஆட்டம் பாட்டம் கூட்டம் அது நோட்டம் போடட்டும் விளையாட்டில் வெல்லும் பட்டம் மனசுக்குள் ஊரட்டும் கலங்காத தோல்வி கண்ணால்.
For the Indian Formula 4 Championship, where Porter Divinandan had a great start.
ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும். ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் தெரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வர காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும். லைஃப் என்ற ரேஸ்ல ஸ்பீடா போகும் லேப்ல உருட்டாத மாப்பிள்ள பள்ளம் நேடும் கடையில உன்னோட நெஞ்சில வெற்றி தரும் தெம்புல நிக்காத எய்மில்ல ஜெட்டா ஆவோம்ல அச்சா இருந்தா அது துச்சாவாதா வந்தா வளர்ந்தா அது உச்சாவாதா வாட ஸ்பீடா அட தங்கம் போதாதா முடியாத ரேஸ் ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும். ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் தெரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வரும் காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும்.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Please do not get in my way. You cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the paint. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल
You glow different when you're in love. 16 million shades of love to choose from. Unlimited love. B6. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
வேடிக்கை பார்ப்பவர்களும் விமர்சனம் செய்பவர்களும் அங்கேயே நின்று விடுகிறார்கள். களம் கண்டு உழைப்போரே முன்னேறி சொல்கிறார்கள். திறனோடு அறம் கொண்டு களம் கண்டால் தரமான வெற்றி வரும். இது நம்ம ஆட்டம். களம் நமதே.
Red Bull gives you wings.
3 matches done, but 3 more to go for this day 2 of CEGC 2025 Grand-Finals. Joining alongside me is going to be my mate Lucifer. And again, 3 matches that are completed. It has a roller coaster ride. WELT Esports coming back in the picture. INFINIX True Rippers making a jump. And this is how probably Jelly has made the pavements of their own path. That, you know, day 1 was not that well, but day 2 we are ensuring that we are around the podium as well.
Now, it's a very interesting spot to be at. While still IQOOSOUL is trying to have their getaway tracks ready, right? Make a quick run. They're already sitting at 100. That's a triple-digit marker that they've set in place. While the others are trying to catch up to that first spot. But while they're doing it, teams are kind of gearing up. They're looking better. A lot of them are picking up on their paces in terms of their performances. We've seen 8-bit now get back to the top 8 again. So a lot happening. Even God's Reign pick up their performance here in day 2. So a lot of expectations as we head over to this halfway mark, because now we are done with the first set of 9 games. There's another set of 9 games that's going to be starting from this match number 4 on the day 2. And from here you have an idea of where we could kind of end up in. Now again, Smash Rule is going to come into play from tomorrow. But until then, the position difference, the amount of total points is what is a concerning factor for me, Necros.
Oh, definitely, because once again, when you have two Erangels and one Miramar in the player for the rest of the day, and you do tend to find your positionings, you do tend to find your foothills inside the map slowly and gradually, for specifically for the teams, those who are trying to make the comeback, right? For them, it is really essential to grab the placement points and also balance it out with the finishes that they're getting. So the competition right now in CEGC Grand Finals has become in such a way that there is Seoul and then there are the rest of the teams, because the kind of difference that they've made, it's really evident, almost like a 21 to 22, 23 points difference right now in the overall ranking between the first and second position, thanks to the performance that WELT Esports they've come up with, but also IQOOSOUL will be thanking Victorious Summers for their early eliminations, because they had just 4-point difference before starting the day, and right now it has become more like a 23-24 point difference. So right now IQOOSOUL, they've kept their momentum right, but for the other teams it hasn't been the same.
Now, while Seoul want to have a runaway on all the titles, maybe the best IGL, most amount of winner chicken dinners, the MVP, and even the team ending up at the championship spot, there is still True Rippers who are trying to give a run for their money, give a run for this championship title. While already Hydra has taken up that #1 spot after the previous game, tells us that True Rippers are trying their best, pushing as much as he can. Even today, Arka did mention, right? Earlier, Jelly was not feeling that much in terms of his wellness, but now he is looking a little tad better, and that is kind of showing up in the team's performance as well. They're replicating it. They've already grabbed a chicken dinner for the day. Individually as well, their players are performing. There's a lot more confidence instilled in them. Let's see if that continues. But while we were talking about them, there's one team who's kind of taken a fall. That's going to be VASISTA Esports. I'm not too sure what they are going to be planning on. They had a couple of upsets of a game even on the previous ERANGEL before what happened now. I think VASISTA Esports had an opportunity for a chicken dinner, missed there as well. So let's hope a lot of changes happen, because even for 8-bit, as they've made a jump, there's going to be a lot more expectations at their end when they go forward.
Oh, you can look at Omega, reading the map, having a little bit of study around that, which locations will be vacant for us in the upcoming game, so that he can figure out that, okay, from the next map we can drop here and we can kind of complete the rotation from this surround areas, because reading the rotations are always the key to your success in the game plan. And for K9, I mean, they have nothing to lose at this moment. Whatever the points will be there, it will be all for their gaining. It will all be for their gains. And right now, on the gaining part of the game, it's going to be INFINIX True Rippers sitting in the 4th spot with a total of 69 points on the board. Again, INFINIX True Rippers, if they bag another chicken dinner in today's day, they will be inching closer to the top 3 and also dethroning a lot of teams on the top.
#5. When you talk about that, that's going to be REVENANT XSPARK. He's having a quick discussion with Trace to figure out what's the best foot forward, because we've spoken about this. Fierce, yes, he's been doing the deed, but Trace a tad bit missing out. On the other end, we look at the cameras of Lobster and his team AUTOBOTZ. Now another team that's representing Tamil Nadu and Chennai, but they've not had as good of a journey that WELT has had so far. But on the other end, a lot more stakes at fight or the Champions Trophy is for VASISTA Esports. Might not be the same team that we saw in 2024, but it's still the same name that we are seeing. Looking forward to maybe a trophy here, but it's looking tough. But with the fist bumps, we are gearing up for the next map, that is ERANGEL, and that's Somraj with the fist bump with his teammates. Let's see where this gears down to, because this is going to be crucial as you're starting your second half for the CEGC 2025.
Oh, this is going to be really bombastic. Talking about the flight path, it starts from the western part of the map, ends in the northern part of Lipovka in the east. Again, a beautiful flight path in my opinion. Nobody can ask for a better flight path than this, because once again, all the teams will have the privilege to drop down to their respective drop locations without any kind of hindrances that they were kind of expecting to face. But also, you have to keep things in mind that not to go with the drop clashes for Cincinnati kids. It has been a disaster ride in every other Miramar that they have been playing. Can't expect the very same thing in the map of ERANGEL, but WELT Esports, they're also dropping by. They're very, very close, having a split around the ferry pair compounds across the entire region of Query. Have to make sure, Cincinnati kids, that they don't lose any player on an early note.
Last ERANGEL they played, they had an opportunity for a chicken dinner, and they and VASISTA Esports, that was the last fight that we ended up witnessing, and the way it kind of went away from them was the reason IQOOSOUL picked up a chicken dinner in their name, and Along with them, it's WELT, who have 2 chicken dinners as of now, individually. But the other teams, it's not been the case. And for now, let's see if there's a difference or if there's a change in play. Because True Rippers have been the only team who have found their first chicken dinner on day 2. And every other team as of now, it doesn't seem like they're getting closer. The Circle this time, I think a little fair in terms of a fight in case we ask for. Not something that the Circle is doing at the very beginning. It is a little Western, Northern, having a lot of Jojo, Gatka, Ruins, all of these lands which are still not been overrun by any of the teams. Eventually will be. But the team that you were looking forward to or looking out for, Cincinnati Kids, it seems like they've had a safe drop. God's Rain right around their corners, picking up vehicles, entering military base, and True Rippers still gliding, looking forward to vehicles, and then will head over to Novo.
That's a good call eventually when you know that reaching Novo Rapnoe, it's a tough task. For once again, you need vehicles for yourselves, while T-Sports also making themselves comfortable around the areas of Query. Firstly, I thought really that they were going to go with a huge split of Query, but also, well, these sports are quite aware that IQOO team Tamilas, they have their respective drop location around the compounds of Primorsk, then you have Cincinnati Kids and Ferry Pair. It's always a risky move to take that big split around the Query area, Query region if you to be really precise. So that's a good call that, well, they are trying to play united as much as possible. They've also got the northern small compounds around the western part of Gatka to go and loot, because there's no team to contest around the areas in entire Gatka region. Can't say for such a long time, because even VXT, if they want to have better compounds for themselves, they can also move out of Pochinki. But the Circle is still favoring the areas of Pochinki, School, Rozhok and Water City. So maybe Somraj will like to have some time for himself, because the past couple of games have been like a disaster, a nightmare for the entire team of Versatile. To kind of come with a reset mindset and play in a fresh mind, they will require a lot of breathing time for themselves inside the game.
But not having a breather is going to be Team Tamilas. IQOO Team Tamilas have to find a way out of that hashtag 16. It's become like somebody's nailed them down at hashtag 16 and they're just at that spot. Nothing's changing for them. They're with the least amount of position points. Not the same for IQOO 8-bit though. He was ERANGEL as well, and Juicy tried his best to survive. Pushed, fought. They even cleared off a team that was FS once they did not check the compound. So 8-bit looked like a contender to have a chicken dinner as well. But it's not been going in their favor. But a team that would want this map going in their favor is going to be VASISTA Esports, along with 8-bit when we speak about them. Even VASISTA had the opportunity of a chicken dinner, and the position that they're in, not Jojo, their drop, which kind of gets contested by AUTOBOTZ. This time it's not the case, Necros. They've gone in the direction. AUTOBOTZ at Milta Power, and that will give VASISTA Esports a lot of breathing space inside this circle.
It does. And VASISTA Esports will be pretty happy, but the also plus factor is that AUTOBOTZ are not in the mix, right? You don't have the arch rivals for yourselves. But also on the northern side, K9, the study has kind of given them the opportunity. The usual drop location has always been around the areas of Severny. This circle is really favorable to them. It can be a good call. But for AUTOBOTZ, now, they might be regretting that, okay, we haven't taken the drop of the northern city of Georgiopol. Maybe we would have taken the risk. It could have been a better outcome, because then we didn't have to kind of rotate this long to reach the playing zone, to be inside the circle. But that's okay. I mean, things always doesn't go as planned. So AUTOBOTZ, they're looking for a comeback performance, and maybe they will be looking forward to grab some more finishes during their rotation.
It's been a phenomenal run for True Rippers. They've staged the comeback. They're pushing forward for it. Hydro looking at the MVP category already. Jelly leading this squad towards a lot more. Not just here, CEGC, along with CEGC, their performance to go up to all the way into 2026. A lot in their end of the bearing. But somewhere, while BLITZ have had a phenomenal semi-finals, it seems like, as we were continuously, I think multiple times, kind of pronged this, that this is not the BLITZ. I don't know what's happening. But on the other end, there is something that's going to be NONX on Cincinnati Kids. And again, Cincinnati Kids, even though this time during the drop they don't face any difficulties, seems like NONX have eventually found them as Cincinnati Kids were traveling, looking forward to getting to a compound where they could be safe. But for now, it's not going to be the case because Zin has started, nade being cooked, and Cincinnati Kids stuck.
Oh, one good nade can literally cause a lot of problem for Cincinnati Kids, but the no nades being tossed from two different directions. Zin is barely surviving, but won't be surviving. But after this one, his Flock makes a proper connection. NONX Viper trying to retaliate as much as possible, but Cincinnati Kids, they're facing the backlashes. Knight is down, Zin is down. Viper trying to go up close and personal, while Cincinnati Kids, they're also not in a very good position because they also lost one of their comrades just in the fight, being completely knocked out. But Flock makes sure that he confirms Knight, not giving any breathing space. Cincinnati Kids trying to go for a reset option as NONX to completely split apart as Viper. He's cooking up a nade. Nash is trying to divert the entire attention towards his side. But this nade will take down not just Flock, but also Naughty, as keeping Ash a lone survivor in this entire competition.
It's going to be a tough one to deal with. A single nade, switching between pump action and an AR. But can he find a lot more in terms of wiping out an opponent? They've revived. It's a 3-man versus 1. And it's not going to be easy. Ash climbs up into, and that could have been an opportunity. He missed his shot, and now they're not going to let him run out through. Wow. But still, somehow, Ash finds the knock, but he's looking forward to the finish. He knew that was his only option, tried his best, but the approach did not work. And that's going to be NONX wiping Cincinnati Kids off this game, off game 4 of day 2. And that's Cincinnati Kids losing their footing while they were trying to stage something of a comeback.
Talking about comebacks, even FS seems to be struggling, Sam, because right now Levi and Godex, I mean, Godex probably still alive. No, it's not. Both of the players have been knocked by IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK. Fierce has been compromised. Can't say the very ideal start for IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK at this moment, but eventually Levi, Godex, both the players knocked and confirmed. FSC Sports not having a really ideal start. Can't say the very same for Cincinnati Kids. Again, they have been eliminated entirely. They were looking for a good match, but ended up losing numbers. Couldn't damage much to the side of NONX except one finish is what they had accumulated for themselves. But IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, this is going to be a little bit of problematic for themselves because Fierce is down and out in a very early phase of the game. Missing out on a crucial assaulter like Fierce in the map of ERANGEL might just put them in a little bit of backfoot situation in the final fight.
This only means that Trace has to step up.
Yeah.
Stepping up for their own is IQOOSOUL. They are looking for a runway, a red carpet here in CEGC. And they've already grabbed 4 finishes in their name, and a lot more is what they want. They finished off one team from the home ground. They're looking forward to another to be wiped off from the home turf. And that's going to be WELT. But WELT Proton, the MVP on their end, puts down Joker. And we've been talking about this, Joker's the savior, and I feel like if they remove Joker out of the picture of Soul's fight, it could be an option to find an early elimination on Soul. And that's, if that happens, that will kind of put smiles on the entire lobby. But this is the thing, Soul have always managed to find points. This time as well, they've already managed 4. They've revived their players, and they'll be looking forward to a lot more because they just survived another fight.
Just every other match. Just imagine, you have played 9 matches, you've got 100 points on the board, which is almost more than a 10-point average every match.
Exactly.
IQOOSOUL, they've done something really exceptional, and you have to be kind of praising them for that. And at this point, even this match, 4 points already acquired, so it doesn't even matter if anyhow IQOOSOUL, they fail to get less than maybe, like, if even they score like 8 or 9 points, it doesn't even matter for IQOOSOUL that, okay, we're still in a lead with a 21 or 24 point difference. So even if Welt or maybe Victorious Summers take away over Chicken Dinner, the difference might just loosen up, but it won't dethrone them from their spot.
So far, nobody's been able to do that. That hashtag 1 spot has been sealed except for Welt, who got the first ever chicken dinner of CEGC 2025. They were the only team to take away the hashtag at the very first game, the beginning of things, and after that the storyline completely has been weighing way over the limits of any scales in favor of IQOOSOUL. But unlike how it was similar to BLITZ in their close qualifiers, in their semi-finals. It doesn't seem to be the same case. BLITZ sitting at the 12th spot at a difference of 60 points from the team at #1, at a difference of 10 points from the team at #8. You just imagine this, Nekroch. 10 from #8 and 60 from #1.
It's just something that, you know, brings up so many calculations in mind while you're playing the game, that, okay, we need to kind of score this many points to be able to be in this spot in the overall ranking. And it's not just about winning the games and scoring points. There are a lot of calculation that always runs in an IGL's head. But talking about the circle, just imagine one team has been eliminated so far. 15 teams trying to fit themselves in a circle like this, where BLITZ is already sitting on the Everest. While, I mean, this is going to be an amazing final circle to watch out for. While IQOO 8-bit, they will have to face some concussions against AUTOBOTZ because they're really nearby. And that kind of fight is already brewing up. I'm not sure whether AUTOBOTZ, they're willing to take this fight right here, right now or not. But if that happens, that compound will attract a lot of audiences for the entire action.
God's Rain trying to put up a better performance here in day 2. Somehow they've been able to kind of stumble upon it. They've gotten into #8. Still not a lot of position points, but also finishes is not something that's been answering in their favor when we compare to their performance in the semi-finals. Neo so close to Hector. Once teammates when they were playing last year, and now rivals in 2 different teams. And both of them IGLs this point of time of 2025. What a way it would be to turn this fight in case it happens between VASISTA and God's Rain. But it seems like it might not be what we kind of picture for. It could still happen because both of them are circling around each other, but none of them even letting their weapons trigger be pressed.
Just imagine fights instantly starting in the Western part, as you mentioned about VASISTA and ONEPLUS God's Rain. I still feel about AUTOBOTZ and IQOO 8-bit involving themselves in the fight, while VXT, they're behind them. And also on the northern part, you will have Victorious SUMUS coming into the mix. There's going to be a 4-way fight, which can literally brew up in the eastern quadrant of the entire circle. So I'm really waiting of what can happen, because everything seems still. Everybody is involving themselves in a cold fight, not trying to go up close and personal and take the fights here on and confirm the finishes, but rather than just take the fights from a distance and maybe try to get some free finishes if it is possible.
Because of it being so disciplined, you can already understand there's no more free finishes in this lobby at all. Every team is playing very disciplined, strategic, looking forward to what their coaches have said, their analysts have said, and from there on, making their next move. Circle takes a shift towards the southern edges of Gatka, or per the map you can say it, the northern inclines and edges of Gatka. BLITZ, who had the Everest, thinking that they will have really good bird's eye view, channeled, and an opportunity to find finishes. It seems like the circle's going away from them, and BLITZ's position, which I thought will be contested by many, has not at all happened. For now, they still have Everest. They can still command it, put up their flag, and call that they are at the peak of the summit. But can they be the ones to get a chicken dinner? They've not at all found a single chicken dinner in the 9 past matches that have happened.
Now, a concerning factor that pops up in my head is that, I mean, you mentioned that BLITZ, they are still in the Everest, but they also have to check their 6, right? There is Victorious SUMUS.
Yep.
You've got K9 on their backside, which will raise a lot of concerns. And right now, as we speak, Victorious SUMUS, they're already around the corner. And now, in the form in which Victorious SUMUS they're standing on, it will be really difficult task for BLITZ to kind of hold on to these grounds. But if they can manage to hit them back in the same retaliation on which Victorious SUMUS, they will be liking to hit them, it can be really good for them to bag up at least 7 to 8 finishes is what BLITZ can rack up from this entire place if they hold it fine. Because one of the players of K9, that is Omega, has been taken down. Then you've got Victorious Summers right beside you, who will look forward to get your spots up, because Oways has always been a really fond of altitude battles. He's always been a fond of higher positionings, and he will make sure that BLITZ gets taken down, because that position, my friend, is a really commanding position in this circle.
Let's see if that ends up being the case. Victorious Summers slowly encroaching on Everest. BLITZ trying to hold them off. Chandan is going to be at the front of it. Throws down a nade. That's the warning explosion. Post which now Victorious Summers will sharpen their skills and will try to force their hand as well. And you can see already 2 nades prepped, cooked and ready. One from Fury, followed up should be Venom. They're clearing the vehicles up front. Mafia making his own search party with the vehicle for information, but a counter comes through. Was it a team infliction? Wait, what? Oh, it's from somewhere else. This is what I was wondering. How did the hit come through? And it seems like 8-bit somehow have vision on Victorious Summers' Venom. And they're the ones who found the knock, and that should give at least BLITZ a little bit of confidence that there's somebody else who's eyeing for this Everest. Maybe not in terms of taking control, but at least for finishes. And now Victorious Summers have to be even more careful in their...
They're also trying to get some finishes for themselves, but in the mix, even VXT, they have been taken down. K9, they've also been eliminated, and now FS Esports, they're trying to open up their arms and get some finishes for them as well. Talking about finishes, just imagine IQOOSOUL, they were having 4 finishes a few moments ago. Now they have racked up 2 more. AUTOBOTZ under the radars, and the nade starts perfectly in the direction, but Pro survives. That's really surprising, but I'm not sure whether he's going to survive a bit more, because the nades are on point, and Legit gets the confirmation. And it's every time 2 people from IQOOSOUL, they're eradicating everybody. But look at BLITZ. They have literally dominated. Oh, Victorious Summers, they're out of the frame, down in the 12th position. Another 0-pointer game for them, it seems. As BLITZ, they've got 5 in the bag, and now VASISTA Esports, same out in the open, will be caught off guard. He will be knocked and confirmed by Sarwar without a single hinge.
BLITZ, they use the opportunity of 8-bit making a move, but 8-bit are still pushing forward. What a nade coming in, sends the vehicle back. Juicy drops to almost 10% of his health, and 8-bit are not only being hit by BLITZ, there's another team who's peppering them. It might be God's Reign, but the nades for now connect. Soham and Chandan drop 2, and there is it. It was not God's Reign, it is going to be Soul. Sarang spotted. What a window for Joker. He can see the entire movie being prepped in his favor, and he grabs one finish in his name as the next nade lands and BLITZ confirm. And that is big in terms of finishes for BLITZ, but they're not safe. The Everest, it's been cleared. They're at the bottom edges of the foothills is where the circle's at. And while we were talking about God's Reign, they've started as well. They've started picking up, and that's going to be on VASISTA Esports. And we spoke about this, and it seems like VASISTA Esports' position cleared, and God's Reign are going to be making their move from there onwards into the circle.
No doubt about it, but look at this, 9 finishes already. Every other point, 10 plus points. It's not even a big task for IQOOSOUL. It seems they've got the momentum, they've got the entire flow all set in their mind and in their hands. It doesn't even matter who is coming in front of their eyes. Now this time, IQOOSOUL, they have been doing some really well performances while 2 of the players were remaining and backing up the finishes. Now they've got 4 of them alive in the entire competition. It can be really problematic for the other teams in the lobby, but WELT, they're around the corners, and Legit can't afford to get taken down because he's way too much exposed out in the open. But IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, in the meantime, they have their eyes set on the players of NONX.
Lost fears way long back, but now they've picked up 4, and it seems like Trace, the one we were kind of inclining on, it's Punk the IGL who's found 4 in terms of eliminations. Looking forward to a lot more. 4 for the team, 3 for him, and now eyes on NONX. The smoke might be denying him vision, but he's not ready to give up on that fight. He wants to continue the shots, but does he make a push something that we have to wait for. As we speak about a push, it is going to be God's Reign, who just cleared of VASISTA Esports, now pushing towards WELT. There's a knock, so they have to be a little smart and tactical about this. Maxio has been knocked out in the open. Confirmation comes through. Sham is close, but Proton, he spots, puts them down. And along with Proton and WELT, it's Blitz helping them out. And God's Reign, it's up to Delta and Aqua. Aqua has to hold in one front. That's going to be on Blitz's end. And on the other end, it is going to be Delta, who has to put a stop to WELT. They're stuck in a very tough situation. This is going to be not just a sandwich. This is literally them in a grinder. On one end, nades coming in, bullets being shot, and on the other end, the same case. Where do they defend themselves from? But somehow, Delta has gotten so close to Sham that both Proton as well as Sham have no clue about it. Their sights are completely set on Aquinox, and same goes for Blitz as well. Their eyes set on Aquinox, and Aquinox somehow dodging most of the bullets, nades, and it all.
I was just about to say Knuckle was just there knocking at the back doors of Blitz and eventually finds an opening. He gets a good retaliation from Server's end for sure. But now Knuckle, he has to be really precise with what next move he's planning up. The IGL of the team eventually trying to step up. Knuckle with the big brains. He's always been the savior. He has always been the Batman for IQOOSOUL alongside Joker in the mix. But right away, the next target for IQOOSOUL is quite set and kind of decided that, okay, we are going to pounce on the players of Blitz and there is no way that they're going to be leaving behind. Slowly and gradually they're trying to get a hold of this positioning, but right now Blitz and the company, they have to be really cautious with every step that they're going to take next.
This could be their best of the games that we've witnessed so far. 10 finishes. This is the Blitz that we know. This is why I said Blitz have to start from the very beginning once they drop, and this game they did. They picked up fights, started eliminating, grabbed as many finishes as they did spot in teams rotating, and it's worked out. But their counterparts or the entire lobbies, Nemesis, Soul also have done the same. They're so close to 10 finishes. Punk on the other end, full on domination. He's not stopping. Picks of Truth. That should be 6 finishes for him. Blitz on the other end, a push towards WELT. They knew pushing towards IQOOSOUL could be trouble. They push towards WELT. Proton's knocked, a molly on him, and that'll be a confirmation. While all this happened, where is Sham? He was on the roof above in the compound that Delta is in. And it seems like Delta's position is compromised. Soham is knocked. Aquinox, maybe he's safe and sound. Knuckle still making a move. He's not let his sights away from Blitz. He's like, I've set this. My team needs me to hold them to the ground, not allow them to survive. And if Knuckle does it, it's going to be a lot of weight picked off from the shoulders of IQOOSOUL, while Knuckle individually is controlling the eastern front of the circle.
This is the kind of confidence that you would want your team to have whenever you're playing a game of BGMI. Exactly. It doesn't even matter. He knows my 3 guys are there handling the entire circle. I can handle these teams, at least get some couple of frags for myself, but he's running out of bullets. Now he has to go and loot some crates because otherwise change a gun, get some different guns for his arsenal because there is no ammunition left and you can't take fights on a basis of 21 bullets that you have in your magazine. So now he has to take 2 steps back. But NONX and the company, even they have 8 finishes registered. NONX are also climbing up the ladder slowly and gradually. With what they have right now in their bag, they can literally dethrone VASISTA Esports from the spot. Goblin is completely pinned down exactly on the edges of the circle. But Hydro is getting knocked out from a distance. It's going to be legit being the savior for Goblin, and the circle has shifted towards the western side. Knuckle and IQOOSOUL, they will be pretty happy and comfortable with the circle that they have received.
This game could actually be a 20 or 20 plus finishing total point game. Every team that's surviving has finishes 5 and above. It's only True Rippers who have not had an opportunity. And a team who we spoke about is staging a comeback will be put to a stop and a standstill with the nade coming in from Goblin. And Goblin now again looking forward to rising the ranks of MVP. Scores a total of 7 finishes in the game, pushing the overall to 11 for IQOOSOUL. And now that gives them a lot more stage to move ahead. But Goblin might be making a mistake. He has to step out of the vehicle, but he gets knocked out in the open. NONX, who was so silent till this very end, will finally put an end to the MVP run of Goblin. But his 7 finishes should be getting him to the #1. But BLITZ on the other end, still they are dominating. We spoke about this. Knuckle had to put a stop to them, but it's not been the case. However, Sham finds an opportunity, takes one player down, and they deal a casualty. So BLITZ, even though they have similar to 11 finishes, they still have a lot of work to be done. NONX as well, as Anonymous being taken down. Zin is super low. It's up to Viper to try and buy time, but he is thinking of a revive. Should be getting Anonymous up while Zin patches him.
So many fights brewing up, and you're just open finishes for IQOOSOUL. You can't escape Joker's eyes, but now Joker is spotted out in the open. Viper makes some couple of connections, but right now NONX, they are in some really deep troubles. They have to get inside the circle. They don't have vehicles to use as temporary covers for themselves. And now IQOOSOUL, they're all over the place. Joker confirms in. No way he could have survived that wrath of Joker at this very moment. But NONX, now they have to advance. Viper, 8 solo finishes. What a beautiful game of BGMI we are witnessing right now in this very map of ERANGEL. But BLITZ, all the 2 players, the positions are completely compromised. Knuckle has a really good read about it. He has got an MK in his hand with a 4x, which is more than enough to take down both the players of BLITZ down if an angle is found so.
The mutant of a weapon. And BLITZ, they're so worried. They've heard shots in all directions that they've tried to fight on. They've cleared off Sham, so they know the compound that they're in is at least safe. But on the other end, Viper, what a game coming in from his end. But what is this scope in coming in from Knuckle? Look at the trigger discipline. But a new record's been achieved. IQOOSOUL Goblin first to reach 30 plus finishes in the grand finals. This is why I said the MVP spot after this game is safe.
Oh, look at the circle,
Now
Sam.
that MVP, they want to carry it to a chicken of all that Goblin did. Legit, Knuckle and Joker want to push this forward.
IQOOSOUL waiting and waiting for the right moment to strike in. They are aware that both NONX and BLITZ, they have to walk inside the play zone. There is nothing to hurry about. There is nothing to go for any overcommitment. Just hold on to the angles and wait for the right moment to strike in. While Legend is cooking up a nade. One good nade inside that smoke blanket can literally cause a lot of havoc for BLITZ. And the nade is just going, tossing in the right spot. Sarwar is down. The nade should just bring the confirmation. Nova is barely surviving. Nades and Molotovs towards the direction of the shack. Legend is aware of the positioning and it has connected quite well for Nova. He's down and out. Anonymous and Viper out in the open. Legend has to look on the western side. Anonymous is just beside him, but the nade will make the precise connection. Legend is still out in the open as Viper is the only solo survivor, and Legend can land the finishing blow as NONX, their hopes of survival is dimming and dimming, while Legend has got the opportunity alongside Joker trying to go up close and personal and end the run of Viper, but Viper is trying to put every effort of survival but won't be surviving for such a long time as IQOOSOUL, they will be walking away with another chicken dinner in their bag.
How can you let this happen? They said nobody lets it happen. We pick it up one after another. Time and time again they do it. And what a stage to be doing it while they finalize their roster for 2026. This is the IQOOSOUL that everybody was looking forward to. The team who wanted the trophy. And they will have a lot to say about this chicken with our host on stage. And we will see how that will look, because this is phenomenal and there's a lot weighing on their shoulders, and I want to see if that's going to be the case.
That's yet another win for IQOOSOUL. I'm going to quickly invite the IGL, the in-game leader, Nakul, to quickly chat with us. Can we have a big round of applause for them? The momentum is completely shifted towards them. They're doing fabulously well. अब तो एरांगल के डॉन बन गए हो, दूसरा जीत है आज आपके लिए, कैसे फील कर रहे हो?
अभी तो अच्छा लग रहा है कि पहले ही रैंगल हमारा वीक हुआ करता था और अभी हम अच्छा कर रहे हैं रैंगल में 2 सीडी आया आज, तो अच्छा लग रहा है।
आपने बोला कि पहले वीक होते थे एरांगल में, आपने क्या डिफरेंट किया है इस टूर्नामेंट में जिसकी वजह से आप अभी जीत रहे हो बैक टू बैक?
अच्छी प्लानिंग के साथ आए हैं और जोन के लिए थोड़ा क्विक खेल रहे हैं, तो बस वही अच्छा हो रहा है।
Right, okay, thank you so much for chatting with us. All the very best. And all right, ladies and gentlemen, so far all of you have just been sitting. How about we have a small little contest for all of you all? We have something called the Who's Got the Boost contest. What we will do is focus the cameras on you. Anybody who's ready to scream and make some noise and show us that they got the most stamina, they got the boost, can participate. Anybody would like to participate? Okay, we have a bunch there. You all can participate together. We have the camera on them. Okay. I will count to 3, 2, 1, and you guys are going to scream as loud as possible. Ready? You got the boost? Yes? Okay, 3, 2, 1, and go! Well done. Can we try that one more time? Because I think you got the boost and you can go a little longer. Ready? Yes? Okay. 3, 2, 1, and go! Wonderful. Thank you guys for participating. You sure got the boost. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take yet another break. We will be back soon.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
Dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
வேடிக்கை பார்ப்பவர்களும் விமர்சனம் செய்பவர்களும் அங்கேயே நின்று விடுகிறார்கள். களம் கண்டு உழைப்போரே முன்னேறி செல்கிறார்கள். திறனோடு அறம் கொண்டு களம் கண்டால் தரமான வெற்றி வரும். இது நம்ம ஆட்டம். களம் நமதே.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Sun is hitting my face, I'm unfazed, I need this. Calling out my name, saying meet me cities away. Now I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. We're getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. I would try to hold on, treading water in this big storm now. Try to swim away, crash just like a tidal wave. I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. We're getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. Feels like gravity can't touch me when I'm here. Look at me levitate, look at me levitate. Carry all this weight, but still I'm light as air. Now I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now I gotta go under, hold my breath and let it go. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. We're getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me.
Please do not get in my way. You cannot drop in my lane.
is it in my face? I'm unfazed. I need this. Sun is hitting my face, I'm unfazed, I need this. Calling out my name, say meet me, cities away. Now I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Regaining my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Gaining my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. I would try to hold on, treading water in this big storm now. Try to swim away, crash just like a tidal wave. I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Regaining my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Gaining my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. Feels like gravity can't touch me when I'm here. Look at me levitate, look at me levitate. Carry all this weight, but still I'm light as air. Now I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. No, I gotta go under, hold my breath and let it go. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Regaining my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Gaining my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. Sway with me, sway with me. Feel all I want is love. Feel all I want is love. Feel all I want is love.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. It was a wait, but we are finally into the game. We're going to be starting the next one. Welcome back to the Chennai Esports Global Championship 2025. My name is Lucifer. With me on desk is Arka. We just finished off another chicken dinner for the team that is mostly looking forward to being the champion. What do you think, Arka?
I mean, I'm starting to get a feeling that IQOOSOUL might walk away with the championship, but it again depends, right? We have still got 8 games in hand. Most of these teams will look forward to, in one way or the other, make a proper comeback. Some of them would love to target IQOOSOUL, restrict them in the beginning itself, because as Nakul already told the whole stage, that we are trying to play a little bit early, and that is helping out for them. So probably now the counter strategy can follow. Just behind his sentence.
Let's see if it does, because as of now, while they are running away with points, they're leaving a lot of teams behind, and especially that by the end of the next 2 games, we can get an idea about the smash rule, Arka.
Yeah.
It seems to be a dream for any team, because the distance of that smash rule is only favoring IQOOSOUL and nobody else, and that is the distance right as now. When we look at the overall standings, we'll talk about it, but I'm worried big time. There's going to be 2 more games, and I don't see any team even getting closer. It was only Victorious Summers yesterday who managed to get closer to that difference of 4 points. After that, from today's start, it's been them running away.
I mean, I was hoping that Victorious Summers can actually be that right kind of an answer for the question, will IQOOSOUL be the champions, or will there be another team who can, come in and challenge them? Because their composure, their consistency was looking phenomenal. And as soon as I see Oasis trying to, now be a bit defensive and not being that passive, I believe is starting to backfire for them. So probably if they continue to be a bit more aggressive, try to get those early 4-5 eliminations or finishes, and then continue to, look forward for that chicken dinner, probably that is when they might get back into the loop. Speaking about consistency, as of today, I feel REVENANT, XSPARK and WELT have been doing a great job.
Yes, I think WELT, the one team that we've been looking forward to, yes, namely Team Tamilas, but on the other end, WELT have decided that, hey, we are also a homegrown team, we are a homegrown team, we have the home turf advantage, let's show something to our own people who are right now rooting for them and sitting at the #2, and they're trying to push, right? They are, I think, channeling themselves, changing the way they play. And I did not, to be honest, Arka, maybe when we started CEGC, whether I had a lot of expectations or WELT or not, I think there was a lot more weighing towards FS Esports, but WELT have done a phenomenal stuff. But before we jump into the next game, which is going to be Miramar, let's jump into the MVP that happened on ERANGEL, where the chicken dinner was bought. It is going to be, we will talk about it, but the map schedule before that as well. It is going to be Miramar. We just saw a 14 finishes game from IQOOSOUL. There is no stopping them. Look at this. In this given day, 10 finishes of a game on ERANGEL. Then again, it comes back ERANGEL at match 5, if you want to say, or match 4 and or map 10 in total, including both the days. It's again 14 finishes. They are surpassing double digits, and Necro said this. More than 10 points per game is what they're at, their average.
I strongly feel that this is how a team should perform. This is how a team should strategize. They know that the maximum maps being played in a single day is ERANGEL. You have got 3 opportunities to go ahead and grab yourself a chicken dinner. So let me prepare for that map first. Let me be 100% clear with my strategy. Let me make sure that, my success rate is the highest there. And with that comes a small perk of trying to be a bit aggressive in those lobbies, which in turn will help you in Rondo, because Rondo has been completely a finish-oriented map. So I feel that, teams thinking like this will always have a great, combination up ahead.
Let's talk about the Boost Protein head-to-head of players beating the average. And yes, on one end, the Goblin, you would have to agree, is beating the average, beating the norms, and getting a lot more, sitting at #1. And I think we didn't even see this during the semifinals or LCQ, but he is doing a phenomenal stuff. He is on... I don't know what. I don't know, maybe the weather of Chennai, something changed. It is working out for Goblin. This is the performance that maybe for a long time now a lot of us were waiting for. But in comparison to him, we have Sham. I think every assaulter towards WELT kind of feels really good. There's Proton also. He's been MVP at certain times. So while the weightage goes a little heavier on Goblin here, in comparison, WELT are trying to match that gap up in their individual stats as every player is trying to push forward.
Yep, but at the same time, I love the way Welt is kind of outshining Goblin when it comes to that FD ratio. He's got a better conversion rate, obviously, because he's played lesser matches. He was bought in to the last chance. He was bought in for the semi-finals where he had limited games. And then after that, we see him perform really well in the LAN event itself. So probably for now, it might look like he's not in the MVP race. But if the consistency continues from Welt, where they're giving Sham to, kind of be in the spotlight in every single game, especially like how Goblin is getting from Soul and Hydro is getting from True Rippers. I believe that Sham is also going to be one of the MVP players for this tournament.
Yeah, I think it's just about finding a lot more time, and especially I think Welt and IQOOSOUL need to have a battle where Welt needs to win it out. Then we might end up seeing this Boost Protein player head to head have a lot more in favor of Sham, while you already mentioned about the finish ratio, which tells us he is in that track, right track especially. But hey, yeah, deny those points. I think at this point, for every team to catch up to the race, look forward to them being the rabbit and not the tortoise, and I think they have to deny IQOOSOUL. I think there's nothing much you would say from here on. Yes, I saw you kind of wondering. I want them to be the rabbit because the reason is it feels like a lot of teams are sleeping right now.
Slow and steady wins the race. Probably that's not what the motto should be in this tournament, at least, because
exactly
the rabbit, it seems like it's already crossed the line, and I hope that other teams realize this and they might put up a booster or a NOS up their shells, and they're like, what, now it's time for us to somehow take that chance of tipping over this rabbit. But nevertheless, coming back, I would like to also bring in to our conversation True Rippers, a team which was looking beautiful until yesterday. The first few games didn't go their favor because obviously Jelly was not feeling great. It was pretty much showing how bad True Rippers are performing in the first day. But the second day, right? But the second half of first day and the second day first half, I think True Rippers were doing decently good.
Now, this day 2 has, yes, been a better show. We've also seen Hydro jumping up in terms of the MVP rank, even getting closer to getting a chicken dinner. They already grabbed it in the second that they had, the third map that we ended up witnessing, or was it the first? Wait. Yeah, one of the 4 games that we witnessed, True Rippers already got their chicken dinner to start the day off. Yeah, it was the first one, Rondo itself. Apologies for that. But I think that gives us the idea that today, even Jelly feeling better, them trying to push it as much as they can, Arka, they want to jump up to the top. But because of the lag that they had yesterday, in case I want to say it or put it that way, they did. There was not at all a day that they would want to have or talk about, because there barely they had any points, and on day 2 I think major amount of share comes in from day 2. But because of that difference, even though True Rippers are trying to put up a best performance, they're not catching up. They're trailing behind around 10 points, but I think it should work out in the next few games, in case again all spotlight towards Soul. But while we talk about Soul, one man always, this IGL, yesterday he was in limelight completely in every final fight. Today, yet to be seen.
Yeah, so does the side of IQOO 8-bit, right? At one point of time, we thought that yes, this team might also be making a comeback, and all of a sudden they lose that momentum. They've got 32 finishes so far, which is kind of decent, but that lack in position points is one of those things which most of the teams need to work with. And this big break which all these teams have got right now, that is going to help them out to achieve something really good.
Let's go. Let's jump into Miramar. This is the match that we've been waiting for, to see who now changes the cards, gets a chicken dinner for themselves. While a runaway is being set from teams, they're trying their best to make sure they're the ones who get the chicken dinner. But today, Soul have gotten 2 Erangels. One is in favor of Welt, and that is on Miramar, and the other, which we saw Rondo, was for True Rippers. Let's see as the flight path starts right below Porto Paraiso and ends up right below Monte Nuevo and above Ladrillera, favoring a lot of teams around the majority of the city compounds. But in case, and we've seen, right, there have been at least 3-4 teams who end up going all the way towards La Cobreria, Torre Hamuda, Cruz del Val, El Azar. Those teams might have a long journey and maybe a couple of casualties due.
I guess the drop clashes are bound. for a flight path like this. But what's even more, bound to happen is the circle getting away from the flight path. Today's ritual has been that the circles always denied the flight path and stayed away from it. And if that continues to do so, then we can expect the circle to be happening somewhere near the water treatment, Hacienda del Petron or the Al-Azhar region. And if that does happen, those teams who are taking the risk to jump far away from the flight path, they're going to be rewarded for it. And guess what? As of now, I don't see any kind of drop clashes.
But the circle would maybe disagree and push somebody to that front. El Pozo, where Versatile goes, Cincinnati kids seems like they want to end up at Trailer Park, but very soon, and as soon as they get their loot and vehicles, they should try and see to fight off with Versatile. Cincinnati kids, Ash, he was getting better in the initial few games, but after that it seems like it is not happening. Flock tried his best again today. OnePlus God's Reign, very close, it's their drop, and Impala, it seems like Victor Summers needed vehicles and they dropped. For now, it seems like they've already grabbed it and they're making a quick getaway of it. K9 and Autobots might have a cluster to work with, and 8-Bit could have an advantage in that game.
IQOOSOUL, if they get a chicken dinner from this game, it's good for us to say that 60% they are the champions of this tournament. And guess what? The position they're holding right now towards that Hacienda del Petron region, that is just going to go in their favor. All they have to do is move a little up north, make sure that they get that high grounds, and eventually they'll be able to get that big hill of the Mountain Nuevo region. And from there on, they can just start their assault or just wait it out, wait for the other teams to take that slow rotation, hunt a players here and there, and make sure that it gets.
Autobots and 8-Bit. Very close to them were K9, and we thought it could be K9 and Autobots. It's going to be 8-Bit and Autobots. Ralphie's done the damage, but he doesn't have the equipment that he would have thought he would be comfortable in. But the same goes for 8-Bit. They don't have much to go with because this is the drop clash and they've somehow isolated Ralphie. Ralphie's buying time. But he's picking on Juicy, who's not even involved in this fight. The other players from Autobots, Lobster, he's close by Arka. He has to see if there's an opportunity to help.
Sarang has got a great opportunity out here. All he has to do is just try to take those shots, but still Ralphie is able to jiggle his way, get closer. He's already done the damage to more than one player. It might all come down to Juicy if he makes it any more late. Skips, he gets in closer. Sarang also heals himself up a little bit. No backup whatsoever so far from the side of Autobots. But somewhere I feel that, Ralphie will be able to pull off an exceptional clutch out here. All he has to do is make sure he puts one player down with that grenade. But for some reason, he misses it out in that heat of that moment. But again, it all comes down to Lobster. A lot of information is going to be relayed from Ralphie to his co-players. As Lobster cooking up that grenade is now getting closer. Through those ridges, he can still get in much more closer. And Sarang, there it is. A perfect grenade lands right into the pockets of Sarang. And he's going to be the first man to get knocked out.
How is this fight prolonged? It should have been converted earlier, but I think this is a fault of 8-Bit. They let this fight on go for a long time. Nice nade from Lobster. This is the health I was talking about. And this will continue. And there's no stopping it. 8-Bit can do nothing. Juicy was nowhere near. We saw him already riding along the lines of this compound, and now he's still doing the same. He did not have anything to play with or help his teammates, and that is the reason he never inclined for the fight. But it seems like his teammates had the other intention, thought that they could take down Autobots. And why I said Lobster, he is the crucial player for Autobots, and he's the one who made life a little more survivable in Miramar.
The most important aspect of today has always been teams trying to be as tactical as possible. Even in this game, we did see Ralphie was able to wend off or keep the opponents at bay for a really long time. And that gave an opportunity for players like Lobster to outshine the rest. And what a way for him to, defend his territory. He weakens one player, then he changes his position, makes sure that he has got that angles from where he can still inflict damage. And then he goes to a position where he's put 3 of the players very low on HP. And by the time they heal, his teammates come in for backup. And I believe These are the ways for you to deal, be a bit more calm, composed. And I was speaking about this, right? The Craterfield Hills. If you have hold of this high grounds, chicken dinner is just going to walk your way.
The trouble that I see right as now, and as you already said, the Sarka, is IQOOSOUL, if they grab this map as well, it's a sure shot. There's nothing much from here on that you could count for other teams to see their way to championship. They're already sitting at 124 total points in the overall standings and at a difference of around 40 points from the team at the second spot, meaning that's 2 games away for WELT. And now if they get another chicken dinner, one thing is for sure, if tomorrow IQOOSOUL doesn't secure even a single chicken dinner, Arka, they will still become the champion at the end of the 18th match if they conclude here.
IQOOSOUL, all they have to do after this game, probably if they get that chicken dinner, try to target whichever team who tries to get into that second spot. Yep. All they have to do is, restrict them from crossing that 80 or 90 pointer. And every single time they do it, it's bound, it's bound that they get the championship for themselves. Because right now, they've got more than 30 points as a difference between themselves and the team right below them. Add another 10 points for tomorrow, right? It makes it 40 points. That means a double chicken dinner is the only way for teams who is right now closest to IQOOSOUL to even think of catching up with them. And that seems to be impossible as we speak.
Certain times these impossibilities make man achieve great things. Let's see if that's going to be the case today. 2 more games, including this one, the penultimate for the day. In WELT, they're the ones who should be looking at the overall standings very close to IQOOSOUL by that difference of 42 points. But again, one step at a time, certain times becomes a giant leap for mankind. And maybe WELT does it. And in their home turf, that's going to be a lot. But REVENANT XSPARK, they've done it. I think you would have to give it to Punk as well. How they started was not great. Even the same case in semi-finals, it was not great when he started, but eventually he caught up to the race, he understood the lobby, and now it's working out. Same goes here as well. The new zone meta, he started not at all great day 1. Then day 2, completely different REVENANT XSPARK, and now they are sitting at the top 3. The podium is almost looking theirs, but yes, the other teams are close by at a difference of 1, 2 and 5 points. So, a lot to work for REVENANT XSPARK as well to keep the podium, and maybe even if they want to run up the race. But for Versatile, it seems to be going away from their hands, Arka.
The next team I would love to speak about, Sam, is going to be Victorious SUMUS. Look at their rotation from the, eastern side of the map, from Crusade del Valle. They're trying to make it through the water treatment region. Again, I see that OS is relying on his defensive approach. Coming in late into the circle, not interested in taking any of those fights. And for some reason, for the first time, I see the 2-3 different spots in this circle, which is considered high grounds, have been completely empty. The north of Joker is completely empty, and the north of Neo right now, the 2 high grounds, is completely empty. And any team who chooses to get those high grounds, obviously, will have a greater chance to get that chicken dinner.
We've been talking about verticality for quite some time, especially because of IQOOSOUL that held that position instantly once they saw the circle. Now let's see if somebody else also does that. I'm not too sure about it, to be honest, Arka, because when you in the initial stages that we were talking about how teams have been playing strategically, even the fight that concluded with AUTOBOTZ and 8-Bit, a strategic decision for Ralphie to buy some time, all these ways that certain teams are playing on, I don't know, the teams who are trying to run for the race might be a lot more anxious, wondering about what could be their move, what should they do better, and that anxiety might be hitting them in the wrong way. And that is the reason a lot of teams are either falling out of maps or missing out on opportunities. And one such name just pops up on the feed. That's going to be Team TAMILAS, and that's to make it 3 of their players now knocked.
Team TAMILAS not having the kind of run they were hoping for. Beard Baba gets into a spot from where he's now again going to play for survival points, and the rotation yet again backfiring for the side of Team TAMILAS. I guess, it's that timing from where you're going to start your rotation, and it's the timing from where you're going to stop rotating. for teams like Team Tamilas, they need to be very quick, with their rotation. Or else, if that is not going their way, they need to delay it for a really, really long time. Get into the circle after the third zone. And probably that's going to help them better, because Dragon's way of playing as an assaulter has always favored when Team Tamilas enter the circle after the third, zone.
But for now, with barely anything left for Team Tamilas, I don't know what could work. Beard Baba, the last one surviving. God's Reign. They wanted a chunk of the circle for their favor, but it seems like it could get difficult for them. They are surrounded. They're the ones who did the damage against IQOO Team Tamilas, but now they have to withstand any blows as the circle gets smaller, moves to the southern eastern. All the teams trying to make a move. IQOOSOUL, we already spoke about them. They have a big split in Crater Fields, and they're still trying to keep it because they have a long time before they have to worry about the play zone. As of now, they've not had a lot of fights, but Cincinnati Kids, we spoke about them and Versatile, but it could be Cincinnati Kids as well as IQOOSOUL happening anytime soon.
IQOOSOUL and Cincinnati Kids. I would like to call this the fight between the two ends of the spectrum. Because Cincinnati Kids, they'll have to play like they've got nothing to lose. They need to make sure they convert that 4v4. But for now, it's got to be Fierce who's trying to kick things off. VXT versus Revenant XSPARK, where we see that players are just walking into the doorways. And Fierce was so busy concentrating on a single player that he gets hammered from the other side. But Goten, he's got a different tale to say. But guess what? INFINIX, True Rippers, they're like, you know what? Every time we see a conflict take place, we are interested to come in and see if they can pick up a frag or two.
While we were talking about IGLs and MVPs, Punk has somehow channeled him to be the MVP and the IGL at the same time for IQOO Revenant XSPARK. His teammates dropping down to their knees one after another. And now he's here trying to help them out, but he doesn't have any more nades. He tossed his last one towards aimbot, did not find any success in it. 2 smokes, 2 first aids, and a lot of bandages. Those bandages might be his only and final hope, but how does he manage to cross? Spraying through the smoke, but all in vain. Those bullets are not meeting anybody, not even getting closer to aimbot. And with that, it's also going to be a problem for Punk because he's out in the open wondering what he should do next.
Punk, he's always got a game plan in mind. I'm 100% sure from here on he'll try to act as the bait for the team. Yes, Goten, he did try to evade aimbot from that position, but Punk could have taken a big advantage of it. Trazegor at a distance, starting to play on the back lines. A frontline assaulter shows the lack in confidence for now. Because things was not going his way, so he was waiting for that right time. But one beautiful grenade being tossed in from Smoker can change things out here. And immediately this solo man is looking unstoppable for VXT. Will now change his position and look forward to get those eliminations. And he's going to change his seat and try to fire. That's for sure.
Look at how quick they are to act. The last man surviving. Goten, he just got the revive, but it's not going to be enough to save his team. IQOO Revenant XSPARK, the last survivor, somewhere inside the compounds. But Versatile, they have to conclude this fight because one of their finish was grabbed by none other than IQOOSOUL. And what a molly there was to clear the space. And with that, Revenant XSPARK will be out and done for. And Versatile, as soon as they read that finish feed, but somebody stole their finish, instantly they pushed towards IQOO Revenant XSPARK and it worked out. But still, they've also lost a player. Their IGL is down, Samraj, and they've managed to somehow grab 3 finishes, which is not going to be enough. They're somewhere around the circles, but it's not looking like they're comfortable in this spot because they're surrounded by a lot of crosshairs.
Sam, this is what happens when you give a very composed team some space in a fight. VXT, they're not a team who tend to pounce upon the opponents quickly. They wait, they gain information, and then they attack tactically. And that's what they did with Revenant XSPARK. Just in case XSPARK had been confident with their crosshairs and just rushed in over VXT, probably they would have had a different outcome for sure. I guess it's the lesson learned the hard way. Now Wes goes in at the nick of time to give revival for one of his teammates. Victoria Summers, that late rotation is starting to backfire. But will they learn from it and immediately go in for a change?
It was VASISTA Esports that troubled them, and VASISTA Esports, they've already made their way towards the circle, so they'll again get keep. Mafia's knocked, Oasis gets taken down, and I think this could be the end for Victor's SUMUS. And it's BLITZ on one end as well. It's looking tougher than ever, and the play zone this time takes upon Victor's SUMUS, and it also clears them off as Hector picks off the last player.
Goblin did not watch out for that Molotov. Will be taken down. Now Joker has got a lot of responsibility up his shoulder. One after another, every single player from Seoul is getting taken down. And as long as this Joker breathes, we all know what's gonna happen. He's gonna always get that final laugh. But for now, Cincinnati kids, they need to be prepared because the Batman is tossing some grenades.
He's slowly climbing downhill, trying to lay down some smokes to help out Goblin. Thankful that the play zone is not going to affect them. Goblin takes a jump and a hit, loses his health. He has to first patch himself up and then go for a revival on Goblin. Joker in the meanwhile,
Joker.
he also takes a leap. That's big damage that he takes, and Veron, look at him confidently jumping uphill and cooking that nade. But he throws it downwards. Did it reach?
Nope.
I think maybe not. It didn't do the damage. It was not directed in the right direction. But Veron, he's climbed up with the help of that nade pinned. And now he has an opportunity. He's taken the spot against IQOOSOUL, and Joker running out in the open. He'll be knocked. But reload strikes for Veron. And look at Joker, how he tries to answer back. He did do a big damage. Thankful on the crosshair was his teammate to cover. But Knuckle, the Batman, he's also leading, trying to clutch. Doing it all is what he's trying now. 4 finishes for the team, but he's the last survivor as Joker and Goblin both have been knocked. Smoke for now. But does he have any more? He has 2 more, but the play zone's closing in. This makes Cincinnati push aggressively. And Knuckle does it. He does the deed, seals it, closes it. But he has to run against time and the play zone. Somehow does it, while Joker is still bleeding out.
Joker can be revived. It all depends on whether K9 will allow it to happen or not. No, K9 gets finished off, and that's more finishes going in favor of Cincinnati kids. Knuckle, 5 eliminations for the team. And from here on, obviously, is going to play for position points. But K9, since they've got their eyes locked on the solo player, I don't think so. They're going to let him breathe for a long time. Slug, Omega, both of them are trying to traverse around this region. They know the value of having this high ground. And that's why they're going to take their time. But I strongly feel that they need to pounce upon Knuckle, or else he could be a bit of a menace in the later stages.
As soon as a bullet came across, they decided, hey, let's get back towards the circle. K9, as you rightfully said, it could have been a chance for them to put down Knuckle, but somebody else has done the job. That's going to be NONX, Viper. Just like Knight, he is jumped up on the rankings of MVP, and it seems like it could work out. K9 will be happy about that, and now K9 have a lot more finishes to look forward to.
Sister Cheyenne doing exceptional job today. Even though Scary Jod is not there, that's not stopping him from being a bit aggressive. Gets this confirmation on Pro. It's already started to become the new default. There's another finish being stolen out there. God's Rain. It's just going to make them more furious. But Cheyenne, the split is kind of holding with Hector, and finally Hector chooses to, get in closer. But what's more important is where they're going to head up next, because the more they take that longer rotation around the water treatment region, they might not only find Jelly, but in between, they might find K9 as well.
Oh no, Cheyenne gets knocked, and that's K9. They were trying to get to a safest spot, and somebody else has a chance to pick up that finish, but Godzin are also in trouble, as you can see at the edge of the circle. And VASISTA are the ones who are stuck in between this. But Godzin are also not safe. While they're trying to hit in front, whoever is getting closer to them, there's FS right behind enemy lines, and Justin, after getting hit on one of his teammates, is trying to protect and cover fire. But that could become trouble. Somehow Hector tried to buy time, but the nade coming through from Slug decides the fate for VASISTA Esports and puts an end to their run. And it seems like K9 are hungry. I don't know what changed, but something's working for K9, and they're sitting with 5 finishes and also most likely a chicken dinner that they want to grab for.
They've got information, they've got high grounds, they have nobody to backstab them, and that is why everything is going in their favor. Ninja Boy, he's got a bit of a responsibility as well as a bit of independence with him. And what he's supposed to do with it is something, we'll have to wait and watch. Because he can either get this chicken dinner into the favor of K9, or else probably he might end up being that first casualty and weaken the side of K9 from being the favorites to win this game.
As you said, it could work either way, but K9, we know once they start firing, they get a lot more hungry, if you'd want to put it that way, for finishes. They start going a lot more aggressive. And while this has been happening, NONX, they've been the composed ones with all their players surviving, and there it is. This is why I said Omega, he gets knocked, and that could become an advantage for NONX. And I'm surprised this time, after day one, FS, we end up seeing all their 4 players towards these final fights with the top 5 teams surviving. And they also have an upper hand. They have the ridge, they have the height, and they could play it in their favor. Let's see if it continues. K9, after Omega getting knocked, have rejoined in their forces, and reviving Omega has been a task. But God's Reign, they're the ones stuck outside the circle. While they did find the opening, they are the ones who should be coming out in the open to look forward to a way in the circle.
FS this time survives with all 4 men standing. NONX, they have a similar tale to say. K9 on the other side are looking much more promising because of their aggressive approach so far. VXT, that one fight with RNTX has given them a strong footing inside the circle. Whereas GDR is still thriving, fighting to make sure that they get into the top 3 spots or probably walk away with the chicken dinner. Delta as well as Justin, the 2 deadly duos, are still alive for GDR. And for once, they've got that circle and inflicted damage against Levy. Can they capitalize on it, or will they just hold on to their grounds?
From inside the circle to outside the circle and vice versa. But FS, they'll be happy because they're inside. But look at Justin, and he finds the knock. The revive was just now done. The confidence on this man, the cojones. No. But finally, Roman puts him down, and Delta, they went for a split approach, a 1-1, both of them challenging their demons in 2 directions. And one failed, and it seems like now Delta has left no options. He has to fight with K9 and see if there's an opportunity. But this gives FS another finish. They're sitting at a total of 5.
K9, they get into trouble. Slug gets taken down and finished off. NONX, they were waiting for an opportunity like this, and it seems like they're going to grab it by its throat. For now, FS, they've gone in for a standstill because they know there's nobody to backstab them. And that split which they've held on for a brief period of time now, they're going to get a lot of information with that as well. Whereas K9, still holding on to that high grounds. I wonder what they're going to reap out of it. Because ultimately, they'll have to make it to the center of the circle as well.
Circle. This is very interesting. When we come to the last few stages with the last few teams left, it makes it a lot more interesting. It gives us a lot of time to figure out what these teams are planning. Like, we are jumping into their minds. And now Delta, the last one, he's in a perplexed situation. While Justin was alive, the intensity, the thought was we both will fight with 2 different teams. But now he's all alone, and both the teams' information he has. And you can see constantly he's switching left and right, but he's waiting for somebody to over-aggress in his direction and see if he has a finish.
All those teams who had to perform, K9, NONX, FS, VXT, GDR, for the first time, the middle fray and the lower middle fray teams are now in this lobby. If any of these teams get a chicken dinner, it's not going to affect Soul's position at the very top. But yes, Soul has to be cautious because any of these teams getting that momentum, they might walk away with another chicken dinner for sure.
Omega, you could see, eyes all in, game on is his thought. Of all the games that K9 have played, this is the most expected chicken dinner game that we are looking at. But they lost Slug. where there could have been a 4-man team. Slug went a little forward to see if there could have been an opportunity, and NONX surprised. But Omega, he finds a drive by pushing that finish line even further at a total of 6. And Ninja Boy spots one on Godex. Damage. Can he find more? And the play zone is pushing them closer, but K9, they also have to step out now in the open, and that could be a land of trouble. But look at Omega charging up. He's trying to push back FS with at least this information, this noise, and FS are slowly also thinking about what next they need to do, but they have the numbers, Arka.
Oh my goodness, that grenade from Roman, I thought they were done for it because all 3 players of K9 were sticking together. But this time around, it's been a fair share of trade between both of them, and none of them have been successful in connecting that grenade to knock another player. JD is going to hold back with that Scar. Is slowly trying to get in closer. He knows that everybody will have a grenade in his hand. It's time for him to strike. Goes in with the shotgun. Sudden change. I don't understand why, due to which that's going to inflict a lot of damage, and that's going to bring him down on his knees. Omega on the other side is cooking up a Molotov at this point of time, and JD says, you know what? I don't need that revival. Let me at least give you that information.
Omega, he doesn't have much health. He's banking on his teammate. But on the other end, throwables in numbers for FS. In terms of bullets, numbers working in their favor. All that they want to shoot for. And now Omega out in the open, right in front of his enemy's sights. And Godex puts him down. With that, K9 will be put to rest, and that is going to be FS coming on top of this battle and also having all their 4 players for this final 3-man standoff.
I don't think so. It's going to help them because they have not got any kind of circle control. They have no angles from where they can take a rotation. One, if they somehow evade a fight with VXT, they're going to fall into the traps of NONX. If they try to avoid NONX and come in for a late rotation, VXT is going to take care of them. The only thing which can favor them right now is how quickly this circle is going to challenge VXT in their rotation. The earlier VXT pushes away from that circle, the better it is for them. But FS chooses to pounce upon NONX, and let's see what's happened over here.
Sahil goes down, following suit another one, Godex, Levi as well as Roman, but Roman also down. It's only up to Levi. He's up close and personal between 2 different players. They miss the shots and Levi's connecting. Can he find another? Switches the weapon, finds one more. He's looking forward to a clutch. A 1v2's been dealt with, but not for long as Ninja Jod, versatile, timed it perfectly, and now NONX in trouble. It's up to Viper. Can he do anything against Smoker in a 1v1? He's the one who's close. Ninja Jod right behind him. Smoker gets hit with, but he's still dodging the bullets. And Viper on the other end, buying his time, biding by the bullets, and he does the damage, finds the blow. It's down to this battle that Ninja Jod and Viper on.
Now Viper going in to heal himself is a very clever move, if you ask me. Because on the other side, Ninja Jod is busy. Smoker comes in closer just to deviate, but that's not going to help them in any way. Ninja Jod is well boosted, and that could be a great advantage for VXC as well. As on the other side, Viper, this is going to be a mind game. Ninja Jod and Viper, one-on-one. Both of them will look forward to put up a grenade. One comes in from the other side, and Viper doesn't do any kind of damage. Whereas Ninja Jod, he's going to risk it all. Tosses one directly towards Viper, lands it perfectly. Will be walking away with that winner chicken dinner. What an amazing turn of events it was. It all came down to the VXT. The more composed team, the more you give them space to play, the more stronger they're going to pounce on you.
You could clearly see Ninja Jod's reaction. That was a high intense position to be at, and as you said, he held his horses, he was composed, waited for the opportunity, knew his throwables. On the other end, even there were throwables for Viper, but he was inclined to thinking that his bullets will do the deed. But Ninja Jod played it brilliantly. Got that winner chicken dinner for Versatile. When we were counting their time that it was a little too late, Arka, I think maybe they just found something, a little ray of hope for them to now climb upon. But it's still a long hill climb.
I mean, this is what I say. You can't, elong a fight with a composed team. At that point of time, how Smoker was able to fend off Viper, that is where they won that battle. That gave time for Ninja Jod to not only heal himself, boost himself up, get in closer. And Smoker, even before he got taken down, he just went in to, scramble the mindset of the opponents near his feet. And then after that, Ninja Jod was like, you know what, I'm well healed. I know the opponents is not that much healed. So what I'm going to do is take that risk. Let me go loot a box. Let me get that space for myself. Viper missing out on that one grenade costed them the whole chicken dinner.
Now, there was an instance, Arka, where I thought maybe Versatile missed their window, where they could have acted upon the fight between FS as well NONX, was when they were taking out their vehicles. You saw, right? They were having a clash in between themselves to kind of somehow dodge between that alleyway and get their vehicle out. I thought it's done for Versatile because the play zone was coming right behind them. And thankfully, a lot of action and distraction happened towards FS and NONX, and they were very glued on to between themselves. FS couldn't do much. Levi tried his best, but unfortunate, the numbers being better for NONX, it came down to Viper clutching it out. But then when it came down to a 1v1, which Viper brought it down to, and as you said, Ninja Jod composed, confident on his own, knowing that he was in a better position, he had better information, he knew what to do in that spot. A lot more experience of playing in situations like that helped out Ninja Jod grabbing this winner chicken dinner. But you cannot forget that NONX were also somewhere in the top 8, and they've been silent in this overall Miramar game, and they came so close to a chicken dinner. Now, has that given them any chance or space to push forward is my question. But that also inclines to how many points IQOOSOUL took away from a lot of these teams in their very early top 8 that they were in.
I mean, you know, more than NONX, I was kind of disappointed with FS in this game, because if they had held on to 10 more seconds in that position, the blue was not tanking them too much damage, to be frank. They got around 10 to 15 meters. They could have worked things around with over there. I loved VXT to, you know, then make it for a run, then try to put them down through that high bird's eye view. You know, all of this we're going to break down furthermore right across the break. It's time for you guys to share it among your friends, because the final map is just around the corner.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
You glow different when you're in love. 16 million shades of love to choose from. Unlimited Love, B6, Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம், தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம், சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம், டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும், சீறி வரும் காரில் இந்தாட்டம்.
It was finally time for the night race on the streets of Chennai.
சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும், ஒரு ஆட்டம் பாட்டம் கூட்டம், அது நோட்டம் போடட்டும், விளையாட்டில் வெல்லும் பட்டம், மனசுக்குள் ஊடட்டும், கலங்காத தோல்வி கண்ணால்.
For the Indian Formula 4 Championship, where Porter Divinandan had a great start.
Track la the fire rapayato, heart la the power ramarato, talk la the pugala yerato, top da vello. இரும்பலத்தை செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லோ ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீறி வரும் காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும் லைஃப் என்ற ரேஸ்ல ஸ்பீடா போகும் லேப்ல உருட்டாத மாப்பிள்ள பள்ளம் நேடும் கடையில உன்னோட நெஞ்சில வெற்றி தரும் தெம்புல திக்காத எய்மில்ல ஜெட்டா ஆவோம்ல அச்சா இருந்தா அது துச்சாவாதா வந்தா வளர்ந்தா அது உச்சாவாதா வாட ஸ்பீடா அட தங்கம் போதாதா முடியாத ரேஸ் ட்ராக்ல தான் ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல தான் பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல தான் புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்பல தான் செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லோ ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீறி வரும் காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும்
Red Bull gives you wings.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल
You glow different when you're in love. 16 million shades of love to choose from. Unlimited love. B6. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs. ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி
ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் தெரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வர காரில் இன்னாட்டம்
It was finally time for the night race on the streets of Chennai.
சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும் ஒரு ஆட்டம் பாட்டம் கூட்டம் அது நோட்டம் போடட்டும் விளையாட்டில் வெல்லும் பட்டம் மனசுக்குள் ஊடட்டும் கலங்காத தோல்வி கண்ணால்
For the Indian Formula 4 Championship, where Porter Divinandan had a great start.
ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும் ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் தெரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வர காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும் லைஃப் என்ற ரேஸ்ல ஸ்பீடா போகும் லேப்ல உருட்டாத மாப்பிள்ள பள்ளம் நேடும் கடையில உன்னோட நெஞ்சில வெற்றி தரும் தெம்புல நிக்காத எய்மில்ல ஜெட்டா ஆவோம்ல அச்சா இருந்தா அது துச்சாவாதா வந்தா வளர்ந்தா அது உச்சாவாதா வாட ஸ்பீடா அட தங்கம் போதாதா முடியாத ரேஸ் தான் ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும் ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் தெரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வரும் காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும்
Fuel your
What a wonderful day it's turning out to be. The CEGC 2025 Grand-Finals day number 2. 5 matches done and dusted. What happened in Miramar was something which was needed for a lot of teams, specifically when we talk about FS, NONX and VXT. A much needed chicken dinner for them to climb up the ladder. Maybe they're trying to inch closer to the top 5, but I believe, Arka, you can be a better storyteller in this case.
I mean, I'm trying to do my best, basically. But yes, it's been going well for IQOOSOUL as they're writing their own story as of now. But I've seen teams like NONX slowly picking that pace as well. So with the overall standing coming on our screens anytime soon, I'm intrigued to see where NONX stand. Because it's not just in this game that they played well. They've been consistent throughout the day. And even before this, they had decent amount of finish points and position points as well. So they look forward to, in one way or the other, dethrone at least the #2 team and get closer to IQOOSOUL. And with one more game to go, especially IQOOSOUL having that strong footing in ERANGEL, if somebody is able to dethrone them in the map of ERANGEL, then I do believe that there is still a chance for other teams to compete for the championship.
Oh, definitely. The kind of difference they've made is something that everybody needs to watch out for. And almost every other coaches or analysts, those who are there in the arenas trying to support their team out there, will have their calculations done straight right there. Because now it's all about getting closer to IQOOSOUL rather than just dethroning them, because it's really difficult for any of the teams to dethrone them in today's day number 2 itself. But the kind of difference that they're making, they're just trying to create the buffer more and more, and that will be their eventual end task for the end of the day number 2 as well. But talking about the other set of 15 teams, right? You talk about NONX, they have built up their game, they have got themselves in a position where they are trying to inch closer. But also talk about Versatile. They were lagging behind so much in the first 4 games. 5th one gave them a breather, but hopefully they can do something better. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to dive into the final match of day number 2 as we dive into the virtual world of ERANGEL.
Yeah, ERANGEL it is gonna be, and the flight path starting all the way from Stolba, ending towards the military base region, dissecting the map to almost equal halves, is now gonna favor every single team who are looking forward to go to their respective drop locations. The boatyard region, as to the previously called Water City, is where I would love to see teams make their home, because that new added place can be a great advantage for few teams out there.
Oh, definitely. This has been that one go-to place for a lot of teams, specifically whenever we kind of have an idea about the Water City or the current boatyard. I always tend to remember Mavi and his entire split around that particular resort and Water City split that he usually used to take. But right now, diving into this final map of ERANGEL, a lot of expectations from a lot of teams. On one end, you will have VASISTA Esports, AUTOBOTZ flying down towards the Northern Georgia Pole compounds. BLITZ around the mix. They will be there around the hospital ruins area. You've got IQOO 8-bit diving in the Rozhok. They have their own usual splits. Will be collecting the vehicles on a quicker basis. Also, Cincinnati kids moving down south in the areas of Ferry Pier. Once again, every team taking the usual drop locations, while WELT and FS might just face some early concussions if they want to. But the circle, Arca, resides in the southern hemisphere completely.
A southern circle. True Rippers and GDR were praying hard for a circle like this. It still doesn't mean that the final circle might end up towards the multi-base region, but there is a chance, and they look forward for a moment like this. But whereas on the other side, I can see that Equinox is kind of intrigued to get closer towards that one player of Cincinnati kids, and so does the side of VASISTA, as they're trying to be in a kerfuffle with AUTOBOTZ. One of the players running out in the open. They need to be careful.
Completely agreed. And eventually, if VASISTA Esports as well, they would love to not initiate in these early stages. We were mentioning just a few moments ago that WELT and FS, they will also be facing some early casualties. One of the other teams will be facing an early casualty, and it seems like FS is the one on the receiving ends. But for AUTOBOTZ, they're trying to be really out in the open, and Arib has been spotted. Hector wants to get him down. The shot's being fired. Arib still survives, and the backup arrives from Pro. Not a great sign for Hector, because two of the players are still surviving, and they might just try to kind of pounce on him and get the finish registered for the side of AUTOBOTZ. But lucky for VASISTA that Hector is still in the safer grounds. He has to take an exit, and somebody of his teammate has to come for a rescue mission.
No vehicle whatsoever. Simp and Scary Jot, they still have to reach that garage region to summon one. Cheyenne, till then, what he's going to do is stay at the nearest hard covers, try to create an off angle. Whereas AUTOBOTZ, they found Cheyenne's compounds, and they need to be careful. Either it's Cheyenne who might put them down, or it's going to be Pro who's just going to pounce upon the solo man standing out here. Footsteps given away, and now Cheyenne is in trouble.
He needs a backup. Hector needs to arrive for the safety. But now he's also being completely confined by the players in the back. Ralphie and Lobster were waiting, while Cheyenne is still in the compounds, trying and hoping for help to arrive. And Simp arrives as the savior, as a reinforcement for the likes of VASISTA Esports. But also there is another player at the backyards playing from afar. Cheyenne has got a company alongside Scary Jod coming into the picture. Hector is down and out. He's way too much in the open ground. Scary Jod! He will be punished for being in the open yards, and Arif doesn't miss a chance like this.
I don't understand why use a horse at this given point of time. I know you're under pressure. If you are using a horse, then obviously you need to come from a place where the opponents can't see you. AUTOBOTZ, they're just enjoying this massacre. Sim comes out in the open, but Arif is still interested to make sure that he brings the opponents in the line of sight to his teammates. Listening to those footsteps carefully, Arif is trying to do his best. Sim with that UMP, Scary Jot gets confirmed, making it a 4v2 situation. They would want Lobster and his teammate to get in closer. A good grenade is being cooked at this point of time. Simp realizes that yes, there might be a grenade coming his way. Immediately needs to change his position. Whereas Arib, there's a small ledge from which he can jump down from the back lines and damage Simp. And let's see whether he's going to do that.
Waiting very patiently, AUTOBOTZ, don't want to miss any kind of opportunity that they have. 2 finishes registered. VASISTA Esports already in the backyards. Hasn't been a great day for them so far in the grand finals. They couldn't pull much comeback rounds or comeback matches for themselves. They tried very hard getting the finishes. Just a bad day at office, but this might just cost them the championship. That is where the problem lies. We have been telling this from the very starting day itself that VASISTA Esports were the only team who lifted the trophy the last time BGMI event happened in Chennai. So the expectations are quite high, but Bro pushes in, gets Shayan down. Sim will be going up front, and Personal will be getting knocked and a confirmation on a Reeve while still hoping for another knockout. Lobster doesn't allow that. Autobots, they will face one casualty, but will be wiping the entirety of VASISTA Esports in the 16th position.
You know, as soon as they got that knock against, Shayan, I believe that it was important for Radeep to jump off that building. Try to come up with his teammates, take a player down, but Nakul, he gets taken down. Legit is also bleeding out, and Joker is the last man standing. Will RNTX choose to come pounce upon them? That's the big question, because they're also going in for a revival, but they do realize they've already inflicted the right kind of damage for IQOOSOUL at this given point of time.
Joker doesn't want to just give the chance, but of course he has not got many options. Goten coming from the backyards. IQOOSOUL, they're being surrounded. Goten doesn't miss this opportunity. Sends down Joker, keeping Legit the only survivor for IQOOSOUL. If IQOO, Revenant, XSPARK can take down the Soul out here, it will be a big opening for all the other teams competing for that podium. A breather and hope for redemption will still be alive if Revenant XSPARK can get them down, as Legit, he has been doing a lot lately for his team. He has done so many clutches before. Now he has got a big responsibility on his shoulder, but the problem is he's the only survivor, and one player cannot always clutch the games for you, and that's likely the result that we were expecting as IQOO, Revenant, XSPARK. They will wipe the entirety of IQOOSOUL in the 15th position.
What a wonderful way to put an end for IQOOSOUL, Punk. I mean, the way he used Trace God in that situation, he made sure Trace goes in, gets the complete attention of the last man standing, Legit, whereas Punk on the other side, he comes from the hiding with a pre-cooked nade and he lands it inside that small shack to get that confirmation. As technical as they can be, as sly as they can be, Revenant XSPARK. This is for the first time I'm able to see that all 4 players are in a unison. And that means I can expect Revenant XSPARK to walk away with a good chicken dinner, but all they have to do is have that controlled aggression as their primary mindset.
But also, Arka, this is going to be a problematic circle for almost all the IGLs prevailing on the northern side of the entire map of ERANGEL. You talk about the circle, whenever we have seen any circle like this, it has always ended around the years of ferry paired bridges. Now, that one bridge is completely kind of confined and being captured by the likes of ONEPLUS God's Reign, but it has shifted down south in the Sosnovka military base. Now every team on the north will be rotating down south and will be finding sweet spots for themselves in the military base, while ONEPLUS God's Reign, those who have a really good hold of the bridge camp in the ferry pair one, they will look forward maybe to play in a 2-2 split, sending 2 players deeper inside the circle, finding a sweet spot for themselves, while the other 2 might just hold the bridge all by themselves and gathering the finishes, which can be a really good strategy in my opinion.
Maxi, I just love this approach coming in from the side of Maxi. You know, there was a time where he tried to be the frontline assaulter for the team, but things didn't go their way. And immediately, the IGL was like, you know what, let's put Proton in the front line. I know he's a youngster with lack of experience, but I feel that, you know, given a bit of a confidence boost, he'll be able to do something good. And that's what, you know, they do, and they're reaping benefits out of it. A risk which was worth taking. Whereas 8-bit, not a great run so far for them. And I hope to see them get a chicken dinner as well. Because with that, I think they'll also might make a comeback into the top 8. And from there on, we can expect a good competition in this tournament.
Oh, look at this. BLITZ, Chandan, he's inside that hoverboard. Nobody would be expecting this to happen, but Juicy, he will be punished. He will be punished by server. BLITZ, they had their entire feeling set around the corner, and that entire hoverboard was just a bait and strategy. Bait and hit. BLITZ Esports, they were really precise, and all the hard work and all the fuel that they burned to find a hoverboard in the end of Primorsk has been drained down the sewers. IQOO 8-bit again going for a re-rotation towards the side of the ferry pair, trying to cross the island via the bridge. I mean, there is no other options left as such. You can't cross it with the boats, and it is quite difficult at this moment because on the other end, you know that BLITZ will be going with a rotation. They've already started one. On the other end of the spectrum, ONEPLUS, God's Reign, they're also confirming finishes on the other end, alongside INFINIX, True Rippers, those who were holding another bridge on the No Rip Noise side, and in between it's going to be NONX. The free finishes for almost both the sides. They are barely surviving around the shorelines. Not sure about how long are they going to take.
BLITZ, the cleverer ones of this lobby. What's happening here? Gokul, why did he miss so many shots? And eventually he's going to pay a very hefty price for that. He's put his complete team in danger with 2 players knocked out. It's important for Maxi to get this confirmation. Yes, a grenade being tossed in at the right corner, but it's just that the opponent was clever enough to change his position. Ninja Boy, he's got experience. He knows the opponent has been, kind of, at this point of time, damaged. And look at that grenade. The direction of that grenade was perfect. And now the other 2 are also weakened. Ninja Boy will look forward for a clutch.
Oh, he has to. Preparing himself for the betterment, preparing himself for the bigger picture. WELT Esports, they have been going good, but not good enough. Proton being punished, and now Ninja Boy, one by one, he wants to take the players down. He has a stat bit of healings with himself. Proton won't be getting an easy revival at this moment. Another nade being cooked up, one last nade for Ninja Boy, trying to get the confirmations, inflicting a lot more splash damage on the players of WELT. Now, Maxiosa's position is compromised. No! Ninja Boy is burning, and there is no way he would survive. He has been burned alive by the players of WELT. As K9 Esports, they will be taking an exit in the 14th position. Maxiosa and Shem, they will be surviving as Proton. He departs from the very map of ERANGEL, and these 2 players have to continue their long journey in the map of ERANGEL right now.
Proton, the way he got taken down, Ninja Boy, if he had not walked into that fire, probably it would have been a different story altogether. True Rippers, the retaliation from Hydro has been phenomenal. Look at him go. He's already got 2 players down and got the confirmations as well. Harsh is looking unstoppable as well from the other side, trying to give the right kind of backup. But I don't think so. They're going to let Fierce breathe for now, as crosshairs are placed perfectly, but Fierce somehow survives. Uses those small ridges for his cover and then tries to run away.
The entire star that IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK had for themselves have been crushed. I mean, they eliminated IQOOSOUL, then they went up in the crossroads, tried to get a fight against Victorious Summers, came down to the ridges, to the entire rotation towards the No Rip Noise bridge, and eventually they have been taking shattering down, but Raiden's nade connects and gets 2 players down in an instant. IQOO 8-bit coming into the fray, never expecting them to arrive at this moment. IQOO Team TAMILAS into shambles as even AUTOBOTZ Lobster will be confirming some finishes, will be stealing some finishes away from the hands of IQOO 8-bit, but Lobster will be punished by the blue zone. That should be another free finish for the likes of Team TAMILAS, but no, it's not going to be the case. Mr. Ajil came in, but a tad bit late. Needs a lot of healings from the end of Lobster that he will be getting, but eventually not a kind of end that at all IQOO Team TAMILAS were expecting.
5 eliminations, and I thought that, you know what, probably this team is back into the fray. They're getting themselves a good hold. As soon as I saw Mr. Rigel popping that smoke on the ground and suddenly I see an explosion, I thought he just needed his own teammate. Nevertheless, it was the other team which put them in shambles. And look at this circle, I just love it. And Victorious Summers finally coming back to their natural game. And we're able to see that OS is now taking that early rotation, which he was not till now. And finally, he'll be rewarded not only with a good compound, but a bit of high ground. And we can expect them to go a little more aggressive in this game.
And Pro, he makes sure that Team TAMILAS Mr. Agil doesn't go forward in the game. They will mark the end. 6 eliminations in total for AUTOBOTZ Esports. He will be collecting some of the utilities that he can get from that one crate. But eventually, that's a long distance that Pro needs to cover up. He's got some 13 bandages, an adrenaline syringe for himself. That's good for him. But new record has been set. Second to reach 30 plus finishes. INFINIX, True Rippers, Hydro. He's done a fantabulous job so far in the game. But on the other end of the spectrum, it's VXT Smoker trying to survive as long as possible because the entire squad of BLITZ is right in front of his eyes.
BLITZ looking promising so far, now trying to make it inside the circle, but they've got Flock in front of them. Another horse rider gets taken down, and now it all comes down to the 4 crosshairs trying to put an end to the complete squad of BLITZ inside this hovercraft. It's almost caught fire at this point of time. In case they've got that repair kit, then it's a different story altogether. Or else CK, they know they've inflicted damage. They look forward to go in and challenge the opponents.
I mean, at least one player can go up front and get the information of how far the hoverboard has traveled. Maybe that information can help the other players of CK to, okay, that we can take a chance, we can go up front and take the battle. But FS, who were not in a really good position, having lost one player earlier on, they still managed to be up in the top 10 and survive and enter the circle of this military base. Finding a sweet spot is the only goal for them, while 2 players are still struggling with one buggy. But AUTOBOTZ Pro, he's also made it inside the circle. Right in front of his eyes is going to be ONEPLUS God's Reign, just trailing here and there. While ONEPLUS God's Reign, the amount of finishes I really thought that they will rack up, they haven't quite, you know, lived up to the expectations.
AUTOBOTZ Pro, the last man standing, and not in a position from where he can put any kind of points. Neo got his eyes locked on, goes in for a peek, puts that trigger, and eventually will be getting that finish as well. Something which I expected from the side of God's Reign to go a little more aggressive than they usually do, because this circle completely favors their drop location. Yes, they've got a casualty for now, but they know this topography in and out, and I'm hoping to see them do well, or at least have the top 3 spot for themselves.
Exactly, that should be the final aim. And eventually, when you just have the aim of finishing in the podium, that gives you a lot of motivation. But at this point, FS Codex, he could have been an easy target for INFINIX True Rippers. Hydro is a relic for the Indian BGMI scene, and I really believe that INFINIX True Rippers, they will be happy. They are really blessed that Hydro plays in their team. The kind of contribution he does for the team every other match, it's really like how Goblin is to IQOOSOUL, it's Hydro to INFINIX True Rippers. There's no doubt about it.
Yup. God's Reign, they're trying to do their best, but this time BLITZ have got complete vision on God's Reign. Neo is being tagged off from a distance. But yes, right behind that vehicle, they found themselves a bit of a hard cover. But what Novo is trying to do right now is to make sure that he handicaps them, immobilizes them, so that it becomes easier to take them down once they are on foot. Victorious SUMUS, that early rotation has paid off heavily for them. But they've got a 2v2 split, and they need to be careful, because Cincinnati kids, the way they're slowly lurking towards them, they might end up, you know, hammering them down really hard.
They're being really, really slow and steady. Not sure whether Victorious SUMUS, they have an idea about them or not. But for sure, if they have, as Fury is already close by, he does have a little bit of visuals over them. He can be really problematic for the other likes. But VXT Smoker, the way he's surviving, man. His vest is half damaged. Not much ammunition on his side. And still trying to survive as long as possible. In the meantime, INFINIX True Rippers are making it really hard for IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK to even thrive in the circle. They have made it inside, but only one player remains. That is going to be Fierce. That too outside of the circle, trying to enter in the playing zone. But he's also spotted, not able to kind of figure out how to exit in that position because so many shots are being fired on his direction, on his head. It's really difficult for Fierce to get out of the spot.
Fierce trying to survive, keeping that hope still alive for RNTX to at least get 4 to 5 position points. Whereas True Rippers, Hydro, again 5 finishes. Goblin in the previous game has got 8. And Hydro wants to make sure that he equalizes him in this game so that he can be in the top spot of the MVP by the end of today. Fierce, on the other side, might be the next person in the crosshairs of Hydro. And guess what? It's not just Fierce. There's Sile OP as well. FS and RNTX. That's the next fixed target for Hydro's crosshair.
And if Hydro goes down, things can go down south. But for CK also, Arka, they're making a move. They're being that one SWAT team who's creeping in slowly and gradually in the vicinities of Victorious Summers, trying to figure out what to do next. But Silopi makes sure that Fierce doesn't have a chance inside the circle anymore. That's going to be marking the end of IQOO, Revenant, XSPARK in the top 6. Yes, they have been taken down in the 6th position. FS Esports still there in the top 5. They've got the placement points that they wanted. FS Esports haven't had a really great outing in today's day, but definitely making sure that they have a better ending in their story.
Silo P2 finishes, now gets up to get into another position. For some reason, True Rippers were busy trying to make it inside the circle, and that became a big advantage for them to survive a bit more longer. Yes, from here on, Cincinnati kids, since they've got all 4 men standing, even they'll look forward for a decent game. But Victorious Summers, look at them again. They've got that advantage and they're putting full use of it. But True Rippers, they take the highest ground in the lobby right now, and probably this could be a game changer.
The circle favors the bravest, and this is how INFINIX True Rippers, they have got themselves a better performing area. While Hydro is still out in the split, he knows about the whereabouts of Victorious Summers. But now they have to leave the compound. It's a tough task, but for Cincinnati kids, it's a golden opportunity of piling up finishes if they want to. But Fury, he will be taken down by Kyo Lamau. INFINIX True Rippers, they pile in against Victorious Summers, which will again give the breathing space for Cincinnati kids to reset themselves, find a sweet spot, and kind of compose themselves for the upcoming fights that are coming on their way. Because even ONEPLUS Godwin, they're just across this ridge. Playing on a height advantage should be a better call for Cincinnati kids at this moment. If they can find a better angle, definitely they can literally trouble Victorious Summers as well as ONEPLUS God's Reign if they can manage to do so.
ONEPLUS God's Reign, they don't need to involve themselves in any kind of fight. Trust me when I say this. They can wait for the rest of the lobby to fight out with one another. Then when they've got the chance, just come over the horizon and then take down all those NOX players. And that's more important. Venom, with no clue whatsoever, gets in closer to Jelly, who's cooking up a grenade. And this could be fatal for Venom. He still doesn't realize the grenade lands right next to him, puts him down, and immediately the confirmation might follow up anytime soon. Mafia from far away, now he's throttled. And he's like, from where did that grenade come from? He's trying to come out in the open and see what's happening, but finally with Jelly taking those shots, his location has been compromised.
Victorious Summers in the back foot. His Fury, he will be taking some more damage from the side of Flock of Cincinnati kids. Kyolamau, Harsh, they are all there, all over the place, trying to just figure out where is Away surviving. Shots being fired. Jelly makes the confirmation. That is going to be Victorious Summers ending their run, and instantly INFINIX True Rippers, they switch their vision towards the boys of Cincinnati kids, trying to figure out and get the damage done. Flock is knocked out. Veron is barely surviving, and there is no way that INFINIX True Rippers, they're going to back off from this fight. Ash is still trying to push them away. Jelly out in the open, and INFINIX True Rippers, they're literally playing and trying to hunt down the players of CK.
Oh, look at what Hydro does. When he knew that Ash was kind of distracted with Harsh and Kyo, that is when he strikes from a distance. And now it's important for him to be careful, because GDR, I was speaking about the strategy from their side. Wait for the opponents, and when they see knock players, that is when they come to strike. It seems like they forgot that True Rippers have all 4 men standing. Justin, 6 finishes, kind of equaling that performance from Hydro on the other side. Whereas FS Esports, they've still got one lurking snake, and I wonder where the single snake lies.
Oh, yeah. And still in the eastern part, it's going to be. He's surviving GodX. He can be that one deadly snake. But this is going to be the Battle of Bangalore, it seems. On one side, you've got OnePlus God's Reign. On the other, you've got INFINIX True Rippers. GodX just behind INFINIX True Rippers. He can be the party spoiler. He can be the biggest party spoiler for INFINIX True Rippers' entire game plan. Kill him out, takes a heavy amount of damage, and he gets taken down by Justin. Not a really good spot to play or take a fight against OnePlus God's Reign, it seems. He needs a quick revival. 11 fish is what they have, but Delta's Nate makes a connection, and the big man Hydro is down.
Now, this is where it's important for Gods to just come in and get those finishes in his name. I don't know whether he's going to do so because retaliation from the side of Jelly seems to be real, seems to be hard, and Neo is trying to do his best. A 1v2 situation, and God's Reign, they don't realize that the lurking snake is right in front of them, puts down one player, takes a confirmation on the other. Now it comes to a 1v1 battle. Neo on the other side, but at the distance, and now his location is also going to be compromised. Gods puts him to 1 HP, looking forward to get this chicken dinner in his name. Gets into a vehicle, trying to get in closer. Gods, he realizes that the circle, that's more important for him right now. Shots being taken again, the 4x space. It connects 6 times, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, FS, they pull off a winner chicken dinner when nobody expected them to do. That one lurking snake strikes, and the Viper breathes fire.
My God! No way in the world! This is GodX coming out of the picture. FS Esports, they take a 5-finish chicken dinner for themselves, but they have crushed the most possible dream of OnePlus God's Reign. My God! They had 12 finishes, never expected FS to be in that position, and GodX pulled the impossible. He pounced on the opportunity that he saw in front of his eyes. This is miraculous, and OnePlus God's Reign, what a big upset for them.
I mean, that was a God gameplay. He lived up to his name of being the God X for the team. He was the X Factor God. Literally, just imagine the trigger discipline he had. At one point of time, he gets up to make a move and then immediately goes back flat on his belly. And I don't know whether True Rippers realized that, yes, there is a footstep behind them. And he waited. He also waited to make sure that God's Reign comes in closer. True Rippers takes that fight completely. He knew that, it's better for me to fight at a distance rather in the close range because shotguns can connect easily. Since I've got full HP, it gives me a bit of an edge to fire at a player who's far away. And I've got my 4x perfectly set up against his head. And that was, I believe that, we couldn't have asked for a better ending in this map of ERANGEL.
Oh yeah, and I have to say that Neo, one bad decision to go back and maybe he tried to get a revival done. I'm not quite sure about it. But if he had taken a chance of going for a 1v1, direct 1v1 duel against GodX, maybe OnePlus God's Reign could have stood a chance against him. You never know, right? The 1v1 battles are really uncertain, but also GodX, he gained the confidence as soon as he got one knockout, one confirmation, and then also inflicted a good amount of damage on GodX, on Neo. But right now, it's going to be the host to take things away on the stage.
Day 2 had it all. There was class, chaos, and clutch. Day 3 is going to be a whole lot crazier. Things are going to get real because the boost stamina points will kick in, tables will turn, and by the end of Day 3, we will crown our champions. Thank you for joining us today. Do not forget to tune in tomorrow. Same place, same time. See you all tomorrow.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
You glow different when you're in love. 16 million shades of love to choose from. Unlimited love B6 Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வர காரில் இன்னாட்டம்.
It was finally time for the night race on the streets of Chennai.
சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும் ஒரு ஆட்டம் பாட்டம் கூட்டம் அது நோட்டம் போடட்டும் விளையாட்டில் வெல்லும் பட்டம் மனசுக்குள் ஊடட்டும் கலங்காத தோல்வி கண்ணால்.
For the Indian Formula 4 Championship, where Porter Divinandan had a great start.
ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லோம். ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வர காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும். லைஃப் என்ற ரேஸ்ல ஸ்பீடா போகும் லேப்ல உருட்டாத மாப்பிள்ள பள்ளம் நேடும் கடையில உன்னோட நெஞ்சில வெற்றி தரும் தெம்புல நிக்காத எய்மில்ல ஜெட்டா ஆவோம்ல அச்சா இருந்தா அது துச்சாவாதா வந்தா வளர்ந்தா அது உச்சாவாதா வாட ஸ்பீடா அட தங்கம் போதாதா முடியாத ரேஸ் தான். ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லோம். ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வரும் காரில் இன்னாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும்.
Red Bull gives you wings.